Hey, happy Monday, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you had a great weekend. Guess who? Well, everybody, today on the True Crime Cafe, we got the open panel, open discussion. Everybody gets to voice their opinions, thoughts, and theories today up on panel with me, and the Mama Bear will be joining me today. Again, I hope you all had a great weekend. Getting ready for the 4th tomorrow. What do you say we get this show on the road? Let's do it. Hell yeah. Hey, hey.
Hi. Can you hear
Are
me?
you? Oh, yeah, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yep.
Good, 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 good. How are you today?
I'm okay.
That's good. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Did you have a good weekend?
Uh, yeah, I'm still having a weekend because let's see, I didn't work yesterday. Don't have to work today. Don't have to work tomorrow.
Yeah, you got all
And
sorts of a weekend, don't you?
yes, I do. It's
I
awesome.
don't know. I didn't get to talk to you much over the weekend, so I didn't know what was going on. But yeah,
Yeah,
cool.
same. I was like,
Busy.
I don't know what's going on. Why didn't anybody tell me we hit 5,000? I was like,
Yeah. How about that,
jeez.
everybody? 5,000 subscribers.
Woohoo. It's awesome.
Yeah, we did it. We did it. We did it. I still can't believe we did it.
Hello.
Because
It's crazy.
because of that, tomorrow is the 4th of July, as everybody knows. Deborah, I spoke with Deborah, or Debbie, however you want to say it, is here today. Because of that, tomorrow's the 4th of July, and we're not doing anything really here. I don't know what everybody else is doing all day, but early like tomorrow, early afternoon, I should say, when I typically do my streams, I plan on having a little bit of a I guess the music thing that we do. Thank you so very much, Stevie. Appreciate you, brother. I'm gonna have like a jam party thing here for that, whatever tomorrow. It's the 4th of July. It's 5,000 subscribers. A little bit of everything to celebrate for. So
Yay.
that's what we're doing. Our 4th of July we had Saturday. So 101
Hmm.
people in here already. That's absolutely amazing, guys. Thank you so very much for that. Please, on your way in the door, leave some DNA on that like button. Let's get those likes up to match how many people we got in here. If you liked me, hit that like button. If you don't, then don't. It's okay. I get it. I get it. But I'm going to venture to say you like something about me since you're in here watching me run my mouth right now. So it is what it is. But yeah, tomorrow, guys, we are going to be doing the DJ Digo dance party thing, whatever you guys want to call it, in here tomorrow. Now, I'm thinking about trying to do it in the Discord. A members only thing, but I don't really want to do that because everybody in here is in here. So
Right.
I do, but if I do it in there, it's going to be easier. Okay. And then when we can do whatever we're going to do, whatever we want to do, however we want to do it. So I will let you guys know by the end of the day today how it's going to be. I'll put it on my community page, let you guys know what's going on. So if you're not a member as of right now, become a member, folks. I'd love to have you. We'd all love to have you. We got enough room and enough sauce to float the meatballs in all day, guys. Plenty of it. Plenty. Gotcha. Let's see who we have here with us today that graced us with their awesome presence. It looks like Miss Heather's in the house. Good to see you, Miss Heather.
You survive all these storms, Heather?
Thank you for joining us. Somebody, okay. Let's see. Miss Carolyn, welcome back, dear. Good to see you. Miss Evie Marie, good to have you. Noni McPoppins in the house. Good to have you. Good to see you. Nat Cat, always a pleasure to see you. Miss Kim Marin, good to have you back. Strike first, little brother. Good to see you. No. Deborah. Like I said, I spoke with Deborah over the weekend. Good to have you, Deborah. Thank you for that. I appreciate you so very much. Susan Seidel, good to see you back again. Groot, welcome back. Good to have you. Devil Doll 666, always happy to see you. Miss Brandy, the OG. Brandy B, good to have you, Brandy. Good to see you. Thank you so very much. Miss Bonnie Bailey, always happy to see you. Sarah D. Irish, good to have you back. Good to see you. Let me see. Thank you, Miss Evie. I appreciate you so very much. Angie H, good to have you here. Good to see you. Diane Draper, welcome back. Good to see you. Detective Amanda Meow, thanks for coming. Yeah, thanks for coming back. Sorry about that. Publicly Buzz, my brother Steve's in the house. Good to see you, my friend. Thanks for joining us, and thank you for that, my friend. I appreciate you so very much. Under review, great to see you. Great to have you here. Good to see you again. Miss Crystal, great to see you as well. Let me see. Let's see. Who else do I have? The Canadian Cat Lady's in the house. All right. Thanks for joining us today. Miss you, girl. Welcome back. Great to see you. Jameson, welcome back. I forgot Jameson is now a member as well. Welcome. Good to see you. Miss Kells is in the house. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Avery Shannon channel, Crime DIY and Travel. Welcome. It's great to have you here. Let me see. Miss Jennifer S., great to see you. Thanks for joining us. What's happening? What's happening with you? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Vicky Young, welcome back. Great to see you. Sunshine. We need a little bit more of you around here today. That's for sure. It's kind of crappy out here. Angie H, again, good to see you. 1 second, folks. All right. Gianna Dysart, good to see you. I think I said that right. I hope I did. Thank you very much for joining us today. Robin Latham, again, became a new member. Welcome, Miss Robin. Good to have you back in the sauce with us. Karma Police are in the house, guys. Behave. I'm sure they're watching. One maiden, Mr. Eddie's in the house. Good to have you, brother. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Strutter 614, welcome back. Good to have you. Let me see. Who else do we have? All right. I think that's everybody. Come on in, everybody. Get a seat. Get comfortable. Cora 263, thanks for joining us again. Good to see you. True Crime Time. Good to have you back. Good to see you. Tracy, welcome back, dear. Thanks for joining us today. Is Mandy Joe here? I think she is. There she is. Welcome back, Mandy Joe. Good to have you, dear. Thanks for joining us today. Self-aware. Miss Sylvia's in the house. Good to see you, Sylvia. Thanks for joining us, dear. Appreciate you. I think I got everybody so far. Come on in. Go. Mr. Robert Bell, great to see you again, my friend. Thanks for joining us. Bernice Rivera, good to see you. Thanks for joining us again. T2014, always happy to see you. Thanks for coming back. I think I got everybody at this point. Anybody new coming in, we'll catch you on the way in the door. And don't forget, Miss Carrie Pajula, good to see you back, dear. Thanks for joining us. Don't forget, guys, to leave a little DNA on that like button on the way in the door so you don't have to do it afterwards. And don't forget to leave some comments after the show. If you could, if you would, I would appreciate it. So does YouTube. They like to see that, guys. Kelly P. Hi, I'm new. Well, it's great to see all the new faces. Welcome. Welcome to the fam. Good to have you here. Gray, Nicole, great to see you as well. Thank you so much for joining us today. Higher Ground's in the house. Happy 4th to you. It is so great to see you, Higher Ground. Thanks for joining us today. And again, all of you guys that are wishing me a congrats on the 5,000 subscribers. I appreciate that, guys. You should be thanking yourselves because you guys did that. I didn't. You guys did it all for the channel, which is your channel, guys. I just run this thing for you, remember? I sit up here and blab my mouth all day, and it's your channel, guys. That's why we're doing these things. So let me see here. We got some new fam in the house, guys. Some new meatballs that are floating around in the sauce with us. So one more time, welcome, everyone. All right, all right. All these new meatballs have floating around in this tasty sauce we got going on here. We're going to spill some today too, because today is the day that everybody gets to voice their opinion, their theories, their thoughts on what we've been talking about for it seems like years upon years, but not really. And we're going to definitely get it out there, guys, because that's what I want to hear from you guys is what you think. Happy Cappy, welcome. Good to see you. Always happy to see you guys. Here's Phantasmic Ether. Great to have you here. Thanks for joining us again, guys. This is a 100% crowd-funded channel. That means that it is funded by all of you. That's what brings us to you every single solitary day. And I thank you all for that. For those of you that do donate to support the channel via the PayPal, Cash App, and the Venmo links that are up on the screen there. I appreciate you guys so very, very, very much for that. And again, that's what keeps us coming out to you every single solitary day. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Canadian Cat Lady. I am ready for it as well. Great to have you all here. Thank you so very much. Welcome to the sauce. All the new family members, I appreciate you guys so very much. Marie from Tampa, Florida, welcome. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Excuse me. And again, guys, 5,000 subscribers. I cannot even believe it. You guys are absolutely amazing. Seriously. It is all because of you guys. All because of you. And I thank you all so very much. You guys are absolutely amazing. Seriously. Seriously. Let me see. Did I miss somebody? Anybody? Nobody? Sophie's in the house. Good to see you, Miss Sophie. Michelle Mack, welcome. Good to have you. Oh, yeah, I did say that, and then I didn't put it. They weren't up there, so sorry about that. There's those links I was just talking about that I didn't have up there when I said it, so my apologies, guys. Good to see you all. Sky R31, thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you so very much for joining us. Let me see. Miss Carolyn, good to have you here. Yeah, guys, we are going to get down to it tomorrow. Everybody seems to enjoy when I play Mr. DJ and play all the music and take your requests and all that fun stuff. So it gives my moderators a chance to take a break. Excuse me. It gets everybody to have a good time. And we kind of all hang out and get a little bit closer, a little bit more personal. You know what I mean? Laura Palmer. Hey. That's right.
Transporter, where have you been?
What's up, buddy? Miss Sylvia says, sending big hugs to Dago Mama Mods and my loves in chat. I will checking on chat periodically. Thank you so much, Sylvia. But we appreciate you. And Transporter, where have you been, my friend?
Seriously.
It's been a minute. Yeah, 5,000. That's right, brother. You helped do that. And it's great to see you. Great to have you here, bro. It's been a minute. Miss Brandywine and True Crimes in the house, too. Good to see you. Thank you all so much for joining us. Yep, that's right, Carrie. It's going to be a dance party. You guys dance what you want to do. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, you can dance, you can sit still, you can drink, you can do whatever you want because we're going to have a good old time because that's what we do. Red Riding Hood, good to see you. We missed you as well. It's been a couple days. I do miss you guys when I'm not here. That's a fact. Absolutely. True crime, Tom. I appreciate that. We'll be checking those out for sure. Laura Palmer. Yes. Twin Peaks. That's what this shouldn't be called Moscow. It should be called Twin Peaks, Idaho, in my opinion. The way the case has been. Me and Stevie talked about that before. It's one of both of us. That was like one of our favorite shows when that was on. I loved it. And this reminds me a lot of that. He said the same. It's crazy. Hope and happiness. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us today, Marina Girl. You as well. Tammy Hammond. Always happy to see you. Yep. Thank you so much. What's happening on the 5K? I appreciate that. I really do. Onward and upward from here, everybody. I just still can't believe we got here. I say that every time I hit another one.
I
Every
don't
time.
know what it is about that show. I've tried to watch it probably a handful of times, and I just can't
Mine too.
get
That
into it.
Twin Peaks and The X-Files are my two all-time ever favorite shows that were
Oh, I
ever on.
loved the X-Files, but Twin Peaks, I don't know what it is. I can't get into it.
It was, well, here's the thing. When Twin Peaks first started, okay, it was great. It got to the very end, it got really weird, okay? And then when they tried to re-release it, it was really, really weird. And I didn't like that version of it. I liked the original when it was an actual mystery and it didn't have all the alien weird crap going on in it and everything. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. And X-Files, I there's nothing better than X-Files. Chris Carter was probably the best writer ever in the world. Ever. And they couldn't and I got angry when they replaced, don't get me wrong, I like the actor that they replaced what's his name? Mulder with. Okay.
Mm,
He's okay, but not to replace Mulder. No. He should have
yeah.
played a different part altogether. And they should have left Mulder in there. That's what pissed me off about that one. I do truly miss seeing Dago Mama Bear and all of you over the weekend. Hi, as we do on the
Aw.
week. I appreciate that,
Yep.
Tyre. We do too. I want to believe. So do I. That's it. I had that poster, guys. That same one that Mulder had over his desk that says, I want to believe I had it. I did. I even had X-Files action figure toys and things and little alien things. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Well, I have my toys, you know.
Yeah.
Gavin's in the house. Good to see you, Gavin. Get to 10,000. Oh my God. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know about that one. That's a stretch for me. I'm sorry. Angie Riley, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Randy Fur, what's up, brother? Good to see you. I did too, Randy. I had the whole thing, every bit of it, except for the new 6 episodes they tried to have. When they brought it back, it just didn't work. No Chains, what's up? How are you? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Let's see. There was somebody else I saw that jumped in here. That Junkin' Mama, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Great to have you here.
Kiki E-Man.
Happy Cappy. Idaho is off the chain. It has been off the chain. You ain't lying. That's right. If you will, please send it. Be polite and for all her hard work and time that she puts in here. Don't forget to tip the lovely co-host, Miss Mama Bear. She definitely deserves it, guys. There are her links as well.
I've been slacking a lot lately.
Well, it is what it is. We still love you. You're not really slacking. Working is different than slacking. What's up, Jen and Kim WI? Good to see you guys. Thanks for joining us. All right.
And hello, everyone. I think I said hello to Dago, but I didn't say hi to you guys. So hello.
Sky R31, a new challenge. I accept. I just watched. We were watching movies this morning because Brady's home from work because of she's off for the holiday. And what did we watch this morning? I can't think of the name of it. But then we ended up, after the movie was over, what's up, Mojo? Good to see you. And Kiki Man, good to see you. Alice, welcome from Central PA. Good to have you here. Anyway, it was the movie was over, and then we clicked. Oh, we watched the new Flash movie, the DC Comics movie Flash. It's pretty good. Amy Lou Who, good to see you. Amy Lou Who, good to see you. There I go rhyming again. How about that one? Good to have you here. I appreciate you subscribing and being here to join us.
No.
Jazz King, great to see you. Thanks for joining us today. I know, Noni, don't she? I've been saying, I've been saying she
Yeah,
does have
and that's the bad part because when I get mad, it still sounds like that, and everybody can't. Nobody,
nobody
especially
can
my
take it
husband.
seriously. Yeah, I would probably
Yeah,
laugh too.
he just
Like,
laughs at me when I get mad. He's like, "You're so cute." I'm like, "Stop it."
mm, JoJo West, Aussie artist, good to see you from another one from down under. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Dorian Costante, good to see you as well. Thank you for joining us. So we ended up watching after that movie was over. It clicked off and we went into something else and went to regular TV and The Outsiders was on.
Mm,
The
I
original.
haven't seen that.
Yeah,
No.
that was crazy to watch that again. Tina B, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Ivon Montez, welcome.
You guys crack me up.
Who said what now?
Noni, I smile every time Mama Bear laughs.
Mm-hmm. It's hard not to. All right, 241 people, and we still haven't broke 100 likes. Come on, we got 97 guys. Somebody hit that like button, please. Miss
Dago
Catherine
drip drop.
Christensen, great to see you. Says Dago Drip Drop this AM. A must see crime circus, huh? We can check that out. No worries. Miss Elizabeth Moore, good to have you here. Have you ever watched The Mysteries of the About Band? I don't think I have. It's great to have you here, though. Thank you. I'll have to check that out. Now,
Hello, sweet Cindy Ann.
now we broke 100 likes. Thank you guys. We should be up in that
Yay!
algorithm now. The link when we start going live to get on the panels here, folks. Or well, we are live. When we start doing the panel and bringing everybody up one to two at a time, the link is pinned in chat. I will let you know when we're ready to start that. Of course, what's up? Mikey's in the house on the mic. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for joining us today. Miss Cindy Ann, all the way from Rome, Italy. Great to see you, my dear. Thanks for joining us today. Jay,
Molly's sick, so she won't be here today.
no, poor Molly got sick, guys. She started talking about the other day we were talking. I said, "You sure it's not your allergies?" Well, guess what? No.
She thinks it's strep, so.
Mm-hmm. I hope not. That's the last thing
Mm,
she needs to be getting sick.
exactly.
So we can pull that up, guys. If you want, everybody wants to talk about that. We can pull up the Crime Circus video, review it, and then we can come up and throw our opinions up on the chat if you guys like to. Jeffrey C., good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Just a few more minutes here, and then we'll get to rolling. I appreciate you guys all so very much once again for getting us this channel with this amazing people in this channel to 5,000 subscribers, you guys. Absolutely insanely unbelievable to me, but you guys did it. Every one of you guys in here did this, and I appreciate you. I should say, appreciate you so very much for that. This whole channel,
Absolutely.
moderators, my lovely co-host Mama Bear, all of us, my family, we appreciate all of you for doing that so very much. So, like I said, I'm not bringing anybody up as of right yet. We're
Oh
gonna do
no.
it just in a minute. We're gonna watch that video first, and then we'll do it. Yeah, Sleuthy has a great live video that she put up last night too, as well. Yeah, Molly was running 101.3 temp. I wonder if she's got strep. That's kind of crazy. Wendy Chapin, good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Well, at least with strep, she can get an antibiotic. If it was flu or
I
something, she'd have
I
to
hope
suffer
so.
through it.
Yes, I absolutely hope so. Casey, good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us today. Hope and happiness. Same to you. Yes, 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 yes. All right, let's get this up here. I'm moving. I wonder where Sarge is today. I'm surprised
Oh,
he ain't
that's hello, Kelly.
by now.
Huh. Yeah, I said something to Mikey. I think it was yesterday or yeah, last night. I was like, why is it so quiet in the Discord? It has never, ever been this quiet. He goes, I think everybody left town or something. I was like,
It was
creepy,
it was super quiet. I went in there for a minute and I was like,
right?
hello? Anybody here? It's never that quiet in there. Kelly P, good to see you.
Well, I mean, even you, I was like, hello.
All right, right. Mandy Joe said, shh, don't manifest it. No, we don't want to bring in any of the.
No, no.
Not today, not right now, not yet. Let's do it later. Miss Kiki's in the house. Good to see you, Kiki. We miss you. It's been a while. Misty Jane, good to see you. 57 Vicky, good to see you. Lisa
Randy,
Vallejo.
I think she's just taking a break from this case. I don't think she's done
Who?
with true crime. Sleuthy.
Yeah, I think she just needs a break from this one, which I can't blame her at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. All right, guys, let me find this one here. No, it's done a number on a lot of us. It really has. I'll be honest, it's done it to me. I've lost sleep over it. I've stressed over this. I've had disagreements with people over this. I've stressed myself out and freaked out over this. I've had breakdowns. I've had emotional breakdowns. It's done everything it can do. You know what I mean? It is what it is. When you have passion like we have in this community and do what we do in this community, it will do that to you. Once you have to understand how much time we put into this as creators, okay? And co-hosts and moderators and everybody that's in this community. This channel alone, okay? Yes, I sure have lost friends, right, Mandy? Mama Bear can explain this too. Like my moderators, even just subscribers in here that aren't moderators and this and that, we've all been in this from the beginning, nonstop, going at this full force, full force, full force.
I mean, we're talking 8 months now.
Yes. And we take little breaks
almost
here.
On a daily basis to some extent.
Every day. You are correct.
That's
Lynn 69 to you. So it is what Jamie Rosberg, thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, I don't know how many times he's like, I'm just done. I'm done. I'm like, no, you're not. I get it, but you're not. We haven't worked this hard to get to where we are, and then you just throw it away.
I've done it quite a few times, and I get her, and then I get Molly and Mikey. What would you do if one of us said it? You better stop now. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, you're right. Good to see you.
Hey, Sharon, glad you made it.
Yes, Miss Sherry, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Becky, good to see you. If you didn't hear me, thank you. Literally a pregnancy. Right. So let's check.
No, Caroline, Sleuthy's just taking a break from this case. It's getting to be too much.
It's taking its wear and tear on people, guys. It really is. Really is. I went through this with the Kylie Rodney case. When I was done, because I'm still not even done with that, but when that one ended, I was like, I'm not doing this again. I'm not going to get this involved in a case again. And guess what?
And here we are.
More involved in this one than I was with that one.
Yep.
Kyla Delilah, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Trying to shake off a migraine. Well, I hope that we don't make it worse for you. Peaches.
Hi, Peaches.
And once again, I'm going to say it through the whole live stream, guys. Thank you so very much for getting this channel to 5,000 subscribers. You guys don't know how much it means. You really don't. To all of us, not just me. It means the world to me, but it means that to all of us because we've all worked hard. That includes you guys as a whole, all of us as a whole. Yeah. We have all worked very hard to get where we're at with this, to make this channel the best that we possibly can. And I feel I do my best to bring you the very best that I possibly can. It isn't always the best, but it's close as I can get it to it sometimes. And I work really hard to do that, as does Mama Bear, Miss Heather, Miss Brandy, Miss Cece, Miss Molly, Mikey, Red, Sarge now, Higher Ground. I got the most amazing subscribers, and I know I'm missing a couple. Fupa. There's a few that I don't see on a regular basis, but they're still great moderators when they are here. Miss Sherry, everybody that's in here, guys, everybody works the hardest that they can to make this channel the best that they can for everybody else. It's a community effort, and it has grown. Lost Souls, TC and chat, good to see you. It has grown because of you guys. What's up, KC? Great to see you. And it keeps growing because of you guys. And I believe that it will continue to grow because of you guys. So thank you all from the bottom of my heart so very much for everything you do for this channel. You guys are beautiful people.
Yeah. Thank you for being here, Jamie.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Jamie. We appreciate you. All right, guys. So this is this video. I haven't even seen this yet. So everybody keeps saying that this is insane. We got to watch it. So we're going to watch it, and then you're going to react to it because it is open panel, open discussion day. So here we go.
Here we go. Stop it.
That's right. Let me make sure you got audio too. I always do this every time I put a video in. Don't know why, but I do. All right, here we go.
Kaboom. Hope and happiness. I've heard that and seen that a few times. It'll be interesting.
I have no urge nor want to see that. I see it now. Right. Good to see you. All righty, Stevie. I hope to see you soon, guys. Have a great day, Stevie. I appreciate you being here, brother.
Bye, Steve.
Dean A, good to see you. Boys over at Publicly Buzz. That's the other side of our family. We love them over there. Always a good time. Stephanie, great to see you. All right, let's do this.
In this episode, we're going to discuss Brent Kopaka and the alleged connection between Brian Koberger and 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. Who was Brent Kopaka? We're going to talk all about it. And we're going to talk about Buddy, too. Without further ado, let's jump right into this episode and see what I have to say for myself this time. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Crime Circus. My name is Drip Drop, and I'll be your host as always. In this episode, let's start it with a boom. Some of you out there might be wondering, who was Brent Kopaka? Some of you have heard his name. Others think you've heard it all. Be prepared for some new revelations in this video. You don't want to miss any. Don't skip through, and make sure you make it to the end, because this video is going to be filled with a lot of information that you're going to want to soak up. So it's time to turn into a sponge, because you want to learn everything that I have to say right here. We're going to move through this information fast as possible. You may want to watch this video twice or even rewind certain parts so you don't miss a thing. Let's get started. First, we need to know, who was Brent Kopaka? Well, Brent Kopaka was a soldier who served in the United States Army. Thank you for serving, Brent Kopaka. We really do appreciate you. Brent spent some time over in Afghanistan in his youth so he could fight for our freedom. It was the USA versus Afghanistan, and he was over there doing what he was told to do. He came home a hero with a Purple Heart, and he had PTSD. He was mentally traumatized from the things that he did and the things that he saw over there. He was a trained assassin, courtesy of the Army. That's right, he was most likely over there doing some real killing. And there was a lot of people over there living in little mud huts, and they couldn't exactly defend themselves. So I can understand why he might have had PTSD, because he probably had a conscience, and he felt bad about the things that he did and saw. It's got to be really hard to live with those thoughts inside of your mind. I know a lot of my viewers out there struggle with the thoughts in your mind. And I just want to let you know, mental health is important, and I care about you, and Crime Circus will always be a safe place for you. Moving on. According to a background check that I had run on Brent Kopaka, for a period of time in his life, he lived in Easton, Pennsylvania. Some of you out there might be thinking, so what? What about it, Drip Drop? Well, Brian Koberger just happened to go to college at Northampton Community College in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. That college is about a 12-minute drive from where Brent Kopaka was living. But that's not all. Brian Koberger also went to DeSales University in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and that college is only about a 10-minute drive from where Brent Kopaka was living. I'm going to put some maps on the screen so you can visualize how close these locations really are. You can see the Northampton Community College right here, and then you can see Brent's house over here. Now right here, you can see where DeSales University is in Bethlehem. That's a 10-minute drive to Brent's house. And then from the house that Brent was living in up to Brian Koberger's parents' house, you could see you could get there in under an hour, probably 45 to 50 minutes realistically. That's under an hour drive away. It's really not that far. Here is a picture of the house that Brent was living in at the time. It was 4-bedroom, 4-bath, 3,413 square feet. Pretty nice house, eh? Do you think he had roommates? Do you think Brian Koberger was possibly one of his roommates while Brian was going to college in that town? How in the world was Brent Kopaka able to afford that house with his disability payments from the military? We need to know the answers to these questions. And yes, every soldier deserves to rest in peace, but every soldier has a story to tell. I said it before and I'll say it again. Thank you for serving, Brent Kopaka. We really do appreciate you here in the United States. Not only the United States, but he fought for people's freedoms worldwide. Even for Canadians, too. And you know that's true. So what do you think the odds are that Brent Kopaka was living so close to Brian Koberger
Yes, I can do
in that
Stephanie.
small area of Pennsylvania? Were they roommates? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe they ran into each other at a coffee shop downtown, or even maybe a little vegan restaurant. We don't know. Maybe this has something to do with the study that Brian Koberger posted on Reddit approximately 8 months before this crime. Maybe that's when they first came into communication, because Brian Koberger was not living in Idaho 8 months prior to November 13th. It's quite possible that Brent Kopaka was a participant in that study. Now let's see what else I have here. According to my research, Brian Koberger moved to the Pullman, Washington area around August of 2022. Brent Kopaka allegedly moved to the Pullman, Washington area about 1 month before this crime. Brent lived in coffee house apartments. As you can see on the screen right here, this is what the building looked like. Brian Koberger lived in step-toe apartments, and this is what those apartments look like. As you can see on this map here, those apartment complexes are only about 2 miles away from each other. So somehow, some way, Brent Kopaka and Brian Koberger, both with the exact same initials, ended up living very close to each other all the way across the country, randomly at the same time both times. This is crazy, ladies and gentlemen. Do you believe in coincidences or not? Brent Kopaka was passed away by SWAT team at approximately 4 a.m. on December 15th. That's almost exactly 1 month later from the Moscow slayings on November 13th. And apparently at about the exact same hour, 4 a.m. Wow. Is this real life or some sort of scripted movie that we're all watching? Of course it's real, however, this is quite bizarre. Also, interestingly, this was not a regular police department or sheriff's office. The man that fired the fatal shot into Brent Kopaka was a Washington State University police sergeant. Now, what do you think the Washington State University police was doing on scene? That's the school that Brian Koberger went to. Brent Kopaka was not enrolled at the university. Not only that, this was not on university grounds. This was an apartment complex outside of the university. It wasn't a dorm room. This was just an apartment in Pullman. So what was the Washington State University police doing there? We need to know. Do you think any of this information has been a boom? Maybe a couple booms? I think so. But your opinion matters to me. So let me know down below. Also, I'd like to let you know, according to my deep research, Pullman, Washington is one of the safest places to live in the entire world. Before SWAT team decided to put a bullet in Brent Kopaka, a United States hero, a Purple-Hearted soldier. The last passing away in Pullman was 7 years prior to this. And before that, it was another 7 years. People don't just get passed away there. It's not normal. It's not common. It's not like Jacksonville, Florida. It's not like Orlando, Florida. It's a really safe place to live. So what do you think the odds are that a Washington State University police sergeant on the SWAT team happens to pass somebody away approximately a month after the Moscow slayings? I guess things really heated up around there, and you could probably cut the tension with a knife. Also, I'd like to remind you that only 7 hours after Brent Kopaka passed away, Brian Koberger was pulled over twice with his daddy in Indiana. Another coincidence? I don't think so. What did they find in Brent Kopaka's possession or in his apartment? Surely they must have allegedly found something that made them want to pull over Brian Koberger immediately. They apparently didn't get what they wanted the first time, so they pulled him over again a second time 10 minutes later. Why did they do it? All we can do is guess because they won't tell us, which makes me wonder, what do they have to hide? Here's a boom for you. Did you know that Brent Kopaka has a connection to Coeur d'Alene? Just like Jack, Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana was born there too. What are the odds? How is Brent Kopaka connected to all these different locations? From Pennsylvania to Pullman to Coeur d'Alene, Brent Kopaka was really getting around with his disability payment. On the background check, that's where I found that Brent Kopaka had a connection to Coeur d'Alene because he registered a cell phone from that location, which wouldn't be on his background check unless he was there. Also, check this out right here. As you can see, Brent Kopaka's parents live only a very short drive away from Moscow, Idaho. It's not that far, and that's probably where they do a lot of their shopping. Also in their driveway, you can see a light-colored Hyundai Elantra and a big white truck. And as a lot of you know in this case, big white trucks and Hyundai Elantras, they're a big piece of the puzzle. So this investigation is ongoing, and this stuff's important. It really does make you wonder, why did they want to destroy the house so fast? Brian Koberger hasn't even had his day in court yet. So why did they want to destroy the house? Visiting the crime scene can be a super important part of court. Just like in the Alex Murdaugh case, the jury said that it was super important that they saw the crime scene. Nobody in South Carolina seemed to be in a super fast rush to be destroying Alex Murdaugh's property. But for some reason, the University of Idaho wants that house destroyed. And then the jury won't even be able to do a walkthrough. They won't be able to walk by Dylan Mortensen's room 3 times. They won't be able to go up to the 3rd floor to see where the horror happened. They won't be able to go into Xana's room and see how the BLOOD was able to seep through the wall so we could all see it from the outside. The jury needs to do a walkthrough inside that house, and that house needs to not be destroyed prior to somebody being convicted for this crime. What do they have to hide? I don't like secrets, ladies and gentlemen, and I do not get a good feeling for what they're up to here. Whether Brian Koberger's guilty or not, do not destroy the house. Also, I do think it's worth mentioning Halloween Ends. That came out on October 14th. And that involves Michael Myers and a local dork. The local dork ended up going on a crazy crime spree with a big knife. He felt empowered by Michael Myers. And then approximately 30 days after this movie's released, the Moscow slayings happen. I do see some super similarities here. And no, video games and horror movies do not affect everyone. However, they certainly plant seeds in people that are very unstable. They can be really motivational for somebody that's feeling unhinged. Somebody that doesn't feel like they fit into society too well. Somebody that's at their breaking point and they're ready to snap, and then they snap. And I want you to know that I haven't forgotten about Buddy. Buddy's a victim in this case. Buddy passed away in October of 2022. The police immediately said there was no connection. There hadn't even been any arrests made in either case. So how could they possibly confidently make that statement to the public? when nobody had been arrested and no suspects had been named in either case. Buddy passed away about 1 week after Halloween Ends was released. This is some sort of sick shrine that Brent Kopaka's friends set up for him. Check this out. As you can see here, there's some sort of big machete stuck into a stool.
Okay, somebody asked me to pause this when this shrine was shown, I guess.
That's definitely an interesting knife for sure.
With a machete. I have one just like it.
Yeah.
I think I showed you guys. Yeah. It's a big one. That's for sure. Is this the spot that you had wanted me to pause this, dear? I'm trying to remember. That's Mama Bear, or who's on screen talking. This is Crime Circus. Drip Drop is the one that's being the narrator for this. That's a dog's lead. The blue collar is chilling when they show Buddy. Oh, it is a dog's leash. Wow. Okay, I never noticed that before. He claims that to be Buddy's collar. Are you kidding me? Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting.
Definitely looks like he was a horror fan.
I mean, yeah.
Stuff in the back.
I have all that stuff too. The same stuff. I mean, big time horror fan. It is a little odd. It's supposedly they said this was a shrine for Brent that somebody had put together. Play the video. Somebody asked me to pause it. I think if this is the right spot, so.
There's sheaths and knives and horror movie memorabilia. You can see Ghostface in the back. He seemed to really like the movie It. It is a real sick horror movie and book. Some of you have seen it. Some of you have read the book. You know what I'm talking about. It's very disturbing. And anyone that would want Ghostface in their home might just have an infatuation with big knives and slashing. But did you see what I saw in that picture? Let me direct your attention to this. Right here. What is with this ripped blue fabric / possibly piece of a collar here? Let me put a picture of Buddy on the screen here. Are these the same? Is that Buddy's collar wrapped around the machete? Why is it ripped as if it looks like it's been cut with a knife?
I never saw that before.
There could be any fabric in the world wrapped around the machete. But for some reason, it's a blue piece of fabric that looks just like Buddy's collar. Leave me a comment down below. Is that the same? Yes or no? Because me personally, I have my own thoughts on it. And it gives me chills. Here's a picture of Buddy's owners shortly after the crime. You can see they're holding up a black collar. However, in all the pictures of Buddy's wearing a blue collar. So why aren't they holding up the blue collar unless it was taken and they don't have it in their possession anymore? This is a true crime circus investigation. We need answers to these questions because Buddy's family still does not have resolution. They don't have any answers, and they certainly don't have closure. Buddy's owners have been in the media, and they've said nobody has come back to ask them any further questions or investigate Buddy's passing ever since the crime happened. They're lost, they're confused, they're sad, and they're grieving. But maybe one of you out there knows something. If so, leave an anonymous tip down below. Your identity will be safe here at the circus. Also, Brent Kopaka's friend was in the news, and you could say he was acting a bit odd, allegedly. Do you think that shrine is normal? It didn't seem like a very loving shrine. Shot glasses, horror movie memorabilia, sheaths, knives, machetes, or ripped a blue collar. These are all things that raise red flags. This needs to be investigated. We need answers. What are the odds they both have the exact same initials? BK and BK. Brent Kopaka, Brian Koberger. Brent Kopaka gets passed away, and then Brian Koberger gets pulled over 7 hours later. I know a lot of you out there are connecting the dots during this episode, and I've connected them too. I think we're onto something in this investigation. We certainly haven't been told everything. They won't even tell Brian Koberger's own defense attorney about the DNA investigation with the little magical tree that led directly to Brian Koberger. Also, to backtrack very slightly, because I just remembered a very important date, December 6th is when the police served a warrant on DoorDash. So to put that into the timeline, so you go from December 6th of them serving a warrant on DoorDash. December 7th is when we were first told about a white Hyundai Elantra. 5 days later, Brian Koberger leaves town with his daddy. And then 2 days after that, Brian Kopaka is passed away by SWAT team. Make of it what you will, but there was a lot happening that week, don't you think? I just wanted to throw that in there because that is a piece of this puzzle and it's an important part of this timeline, the DoorDash warrant on December 6th. I've got a lot more information regarding this case because I've been doing a lot of investigating behind the scenes. And rest assured, there's a lot more videos in this series coming because the investigation is not complete. The state hasn't been forthcoming, so we're going to see what we can find on our own because this is our investigation. Is Brian Koberger guilty? Maybe, maybe not, but we need to see actual evidence to know for sure. 1122 King Road is an important piece of the puzzle. We cannot let it be destroyed. Was Brent Kopaka involved? Was he a puppet and Brian Koberger was the puppet master? That is a possibility because Brian Koberger's study was super sketch. Anyways, I believe that you and me will get to the bottom of this one way or the other. Please consider supporting this channel on Patreon. I'll leave a link down below. If you want to see other videos in this series, links down below. Browse around my channel. Please subscribe to my second channel on YouTube, The Crime Circus Cult. And until next time, remember to stay safe out there because you know it's a dangerous world.
Well, alrighty then.
Okie doke. There it is. It was definitely interesting, and I will be honest with you. Whoever said that was a ribbon on that machete is no, that's a nylon. It's either a nylon collar or a leash material. Thank you, Heather, for that. Again, guys, the channel here is 100% crowdfunded. Anybody that would like to support the channel to keep us coming to you every single day via PayPal, Cash App, and or Venmo. There are the links for it, and it is so very much appreciated. Baron von Richtofen. Rich Richtofen? Good to see you. Interesting name. I love that. It kind of does, too. I believe. I agree with you, Baron. It's definitely leash material, you know, or collar material. Now, I don't know if they're the same thing, guys. I don't know that. I can't say that. Again, we're reviewing what, you know, Drip Drop had to say about this. And, you know, got to show respect for the time he puts into his videos. If you guys haven't checked out Crime Circus yet, please do. Heather, if you could drop a link for that, please. I would appreciate that. Definitely. The name of his channel is Crime Circus. For those of you that are not familiar with it, his name is Drip Drop. 510 amazing people in here, guys. You rock and roll. I appreciate you guys so very much. Thank you for joining us today. So again, today's open panel, open discussion. I have my thoughts and opinions. Mama Bear has her thoughts and opinions. What are yours? That's what we're doing this for today. There's a link in chat that's pinged, guys. Anybody that would like to come up here and talk about this or anything else that we've been talking about with this case, now is your turn and your time. Thank you, Heather, for that. There's a link for Crime Circus, guys. Go check it out. Show a little bit of love over there. Every one of the creators that has done anything with this case puts in work, guys. They put in work. It's not just nothing, okay? So we all do. So anybody that's interested, come on up here right now. If you will, if you want. Let's hear what you got to say. How you feel, what you think. Because I definitely want to hear it. And yeah, that scenario, buddy, for those of you that aren't familiar, in October, before the unalivings happened in Moscow, they did find a dog that was a puppy, I believe. It was found skinned, okay, deceased. It's very sad. And they, at some point in the beginning, tried to link it to the case, and it was completely debunked, said that it was not linked to the case. Okay. Thank you so very much for that. I hear circus music with the first super sticker of the day. You are beyond appreciated. I appreciate you so very much. 13.99 super sticker. That is absolutely amazing. You are amazing, and I thank you so very much. 1 second here. I'll get this rolling. Uno
Thank you,
momente.
Steve. Angela.
Thank you so very much. That is so very appreciated. I appreciate you. All right. Nobody wants to come up here today. I'm surprised. How about that? Usually everybody's fighting to get up here.
I know,
Nope.
right?
Nobody wants to come up here. Okay, I guess it's just me and you talking today then.
I guess so. That's boring. We do that every day.
Right. So we haven't really talked about Miss Robin Latham. Thank you, my dear. Appreciate you with this super sticker.
Welcome to the Sauce P Fox.
Hey, Dago, I appreciate you. Love the mods and everyone in chat. Happy 4th tomorrow. Rest in peace, buddy, and Idaho 4. Amen to that one, Miss Robin. Thank you for that, my dear. And Miss Fox, welcome to the family. Welcome to the sauce. It's great to have you here.
Looks like Diane tried calling you.
Okay. I don't know. The phone is kind of hard to hear with it. You don't want to jump up here then, Diane, in onto the panel? Sometimes it's easier. I still can't get this device to work my phone the right way. Let me see. Let's see if I can try it back here. Hold on. Hello.
Oh.
Is this Diane?
Yeah.
Okay. We can try this. Let's see if you can. How loud can you talk? That's what the problem is.
Oh God.
That's why it's easier sometimes to pull people up here, because a lot of times they can't hear you and then they get static through here, sadly. But we can try it and see what happens here. I appreciate you calling though. Absolutely.
If it doesn't work, I can go. I don't have my earbuds because my granddaughter borrowed them, but I think I have another ear things to. That way, there's no noise.
Okay. I don't know. Can you guys hear her okay? Without static?
There's no static. It's just kind of quiet.
It's pretty quiet.
Everybody cranks up their volume. They can hear probably pretty good.
Yeah, I figure. Okay. Well, we can go ahead and try it. What's going on, Miss Diane? How are you?
I'm doing good.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, thank you for calling. And what can we do for you today?
I told you my theory before.
Yeah.
Like I said, Elon Harsh, he told LE law enforcement about a white launcher in November.
Mm-hmm.
My theory, and I don't think anybody can hear me. Can they hear me?
No, they said they can hear you very well, actually.
Okay. My personal opinion, and this is just my opinion, and I want to state, I do not disrespect any veteran, any military personnel. My son is in basic training, so I would never in a million years disrespect a vet or any.
Right.
But Brent, my opinion, was involved. I knew a couple months back that he lived in Pennsylvania.
Right.
I also knew a couple months back that he moved to Pennsylvania just a month before the murders.
Right.
But nobody else is talking about it, and I've already been dashed up one wall and down the other for my theory.
Well, that won't happen in here. You know that.
But Harsh has been arrested several times on drug offenses.
Mm-hmm.
He also has a domestic charge on him when he attacked his mother.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that too.
Brett, he did suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. I know several people who came back from Afghanistan and other areas that when they left, they were fine. But when they came back, they had some issues. They see things that we don't see. And I don't think the military, I don't know, prep them for what they might see. But here's what they're harsh. He's a drug dealer. Bottom line, he had an apartment in Moscow and he had one in Tulsa at the same. And I know grill cooks do not pay that much, but he have 2 apartments at the same time. He had to supplement, in my opinion, again, he had to supplement his income somehow to pay for both apartments every month.
Right.
Brent, when he moved to Pullman, he was not that far. He was very close to Coburn. I think hard.
1 second, Diane.
Okay.
That house was the pain that lived across the street from the Koberger family was not related to them. Just kind of coincidental, but they were not related. I had looked into that already. They're no relation to Brett whatsoever. Go ahead. Sorry, Diane.
I think Harsh was their drug dealer.
I can understand that. I actually had that point in the theory at one point too, long time back.
His apartment looked straight into Haley's bedroom window.
Right.
Now, if you have some guys standing around, which I'm just assuming this is how they talk, and they see a pretty girl, they're in the window and they're looking.
Right.
Enon, or however you pronounce his name, in the very beginning described a tap and quote unquote to Kaylee's bedroom window.
Mm-hmm.
He also mentioned when he did that interview with it was his very first interview he gave. I forget who it was with. He mentions a white Elantra.
Uh-huh.
She asked him if he had spoke to law enforcement after, they had knocked on his door.
Okay.
And if you remember right, when he said they knocked on his door, they asked him if he heard anything, and he said no.
Yeah.
But when she asked him if he had spoke to law enforcement after that,
Mm-hmm.
I think he said move on.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's what he said.
Which tells me, and I could be wrong, he spoke to him again.
Oh, yeah. I agree with that.
And he mentioned a white Elantra.
Mm-hmm.
I would bet someone's farm on it, and I don't own a farm, but that's how sure I am. He mentioned a white Elantra in November to law enforcement.
Right. And the Canadian cat lady just said, what are the odds? 2 white vehicles, car and truck, white truck, so on and so forth. I don't think that's how you meant it, but I've mentioned in the past, and I've been actually thinking about it for a while, that I think that there are more than one vehicle involved in this. Okay. The odds that they're both the same exact vehicle are pretty slim, but I still feel like there's another vehicle for sure involved in this. So go ahead, Diane. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to put that out there.
It's your show. You can interrupt.
Well, you're speaking right now. I shouldn't be rude, but I have to say what I'm thinking or I forget my thoughts. So.
Oh, I understand that.
Mm.
You got guys standing around in an apartment, looking out a window into another to a pretty girl's window.
Absolutely. I'm sure he did do that for a fact. He just comes off that way to me. You know, I don't like to judge people, but with everything else that we've seen come from him, I won't doubt that. You know what I mean?
And I'm going to state 4 a.m. was a very popular time. Harsh falls asleep at 4 a.m. Dylan, she wakes up at 4 a.m. and the murders occur at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
For dash 4 a.m.
Right.
I'm not buying that. Dylan was on uploading videos to a social media website at 3:30 a.m.
Right.
So her little theory, that theory, I just woke up at 4 a.m. That, to me, the 4 a.m. just is, it's too consistent with, I fell asleep, I heard a scream, I woke up, DoorDash was at the door, and the murders were taking place.
Right, right. Thank you, Mandy Joe. Absolutely.
In my personal opinion, I don't think the crime took place at 4 a.m. I think the crime took place at 3 a.m.
Say that one again.
I think the crimes did not happen at 4 a.m. I think they happened at 3.
Oh, the original timeline. A lot of people feel that timeline is the timeline that needs to be looked into for sure. And a lot of people go with that original timeline. 1 second, Diane. It looks like Canadian True Crime Buff gifted 5 memberships to the channel. Miss Crystal, Kells, Wizard Walt, the Canadian Cat Lady. 1, 2, and yes, thank you so very much for that, True Crime Buff. I appreciate that so very much. Go ahead, Diane.
Harsh, he mentioned a farm tool.
Yeah.
Which I forget. It's a weird name, but it's also known as a tiger's claw.
Yeah, right. That's right. And I can't think of the actual name of it either, but I know exactly what you're talking. They use it a lot of time for grabbing hay and stuff like that. So yeah.
And in gardening.
Right.
Which mother is very fond of doing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When the coroner described the injuries to Kaylee's father.
Right.
My uncle has been in the Marines for 40 plus years.
Yes, ma'am.
And he said what she described was not caused by a K-bar knife.
No. Not at all. I truly believe that as well.
He said K-bar knives are notorious for the tips breaking off after first use.
That's fact. Welcome, hope, and happiness. That is a fact. That is something else that we looked into. A lot of times, not just the tip, but the whole blade will break in half after any kind of pressure is put on that blade. I don't know what it's made out of or why it does that, but it does happen often. So yes, you are correct.
And in one of Enon's interviews, he had mentioned that he thought he heard something probably at 4 a.m. So he grabs a knife under his pillow, quote unquote. I took it out of the sheath and I went to the window.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing was there.
Which is kind of odd to me. I'll be honest with you. And it's odd to me because if you're in an apartment, enclosed in an apartment that's locked, and you're a level up off the ground, you go to the window. What are you going to do with the knife at the window? What are you going to do? Okay. That's why that comment kind of threw me off a little bit. It just made it sound like it was either made up one, or he was putting that in place to cover something else up, maybe, in my opinion. Okay. That kind of bothered me. I'll be honest with you. I'm glad you brought that up because it is definitely a strange thing to say and or do, in my opinion.
He inserted himself in this out of nowhere.
Right. That's another problem I've had. Yes, Mandy Joe, like a hay hook type thing. It's also called a tiger claw. It's got 3 prongs on them. I've seen We used to have them on the farm that I grew up on when I was a kid. And go ahead, Diane. I'm sorry.
The life starts with a K.
Yeah, it's got something else. I can't. I'll have to look it up, and I'll be able to give you guys the answer.
I think it's called Camabit.
Yes, that is it. Thank you. That's exactly what it's called.
It's the name Tiger Claw because they had seen when a tiger had attacked its prey.
Mm-hmm.
Easily, their claws just tore right through.
Right. It kind of looks like this, and it just grabs and pulls. You use it for like I said, we used to use them for grabbing hay, or you take two of them and hook into hay and move the bales. And then we also would use my aunt would use them actually for turning up dirt for gardening and for sifting through, and it would break up the dirt and like to weed and all sorts of stuff they were used for on farming. So yeah.
It causes maximum damage the very first. I don't know how you want to describe it.
I can imagine that if you were using it against another human being, it would do severe damage. Yes, a karambit.
No matter how many hours went by or how many minutes, if you called 911, it wouldn't have mattered. They would have bled out immediately.
Right.
There was. Do you remember the post? Good luck finding me. I'm hiding out in shithole PA.
Yep, I just saw that again the other day. Somebody had posted it.
Wouldn't you tell your drug dealer, hey, by the way, I'll be back, and I'm going to Pennsylvania, on break. See my parents. Don't freak out. I'll be back.
Mm-hmm.
Enon Harsh commented repeatedly on that post.
Yeah.
He also posted of his own. I'm in, or something about shithole California.
Right.
Shithole PA. That the language right there just perked my ears up. I'm like, what? Yeah.
Right. Hold on one second. Welcome, Nick. I'm sorry. Nicole, welcome. Just one moment. As soon as Diane's done speaking, we can have you hear what you have to say, dear. But thank you so much for joining us. I'll just have you muted up here for one moment. Go ahead, Diane.
Him inserting himself, like I said, I think he had a thing for those girls.
It's very possible. Very possible.
There was drugs involved, and I am not disrespecting anyone. I'm not speaking ill of the dead, and I'm not saying that they deserve what they got because of drugs, because they didn't.
No, absolutely not. No, nothing. I don't care what the reasoning is deserving of what went on with that. So no, you're absolutely correct.
And I'm not speaking ill of a veteran.
No, not at all. And everybody is very appreciative of what Brent had done for the country. There's Sarge. Good to see you, Sarge. But that whole thing that went on with him is very weird. Okay, because you can't FOIA any of the background paperwork. You can't do anything, and so people are looking at it as suspicious in a sense. Now, I do respect and appreciate, as does everybody else, anything that Brett Kopaka did for this country as a soldier. Okay. But if there was any kind of, how can I say this?
Mental issues?
No. I know he had PTSD and all that stuff. But if there was any kind of criminal acts committed, just because you're a veteran and you have earned a Purple Heart and you've done this, that, and everything else for the country does not give you a free pass. Not saying he did, but it does not give you a free pass to commit crimes. Okay, I'm just saying that's how people are looking at this. Not that they're being disrespectful to him. They're just looking into the fact that that they believe he may have been involved in something. Okay, and if he's not, then that's wonderful. That makes it even all the more better, because then he can continue going on being the American military hero that he is. Okay. Now, if he is involved in something criminal along with this, that's a different story. He's still appreciated as a soldier, but you still have to pay penance for what crimes have been committed. In a sense, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I agree. There was no reason for them to kill him.
None at all. There was different ways that could have been handled. When the roommates were brought out of that apartment, safe and sound, that should have ended it right there. They could have used gas, physical force. They could have maimed him and then stormed him without having to unalive him. That didn't need to happen. So something is strange about that, considering what he was as far as a veteran and so on and so forth.
That was.
And I don't want to believe that Brent is involved in this. So I kind of avoid it. But, during an investigation, you have to look at all aspects of things. So we look for it, but there's nothing to look at this point. So if we can find something on it, then that will make a difference. But I don't want to believe that he's involved personally. So go ahead.
I personally, in my opinion, he was.
I understand. I respect that. Absolutely. And I respect your thought and your theory on that, Diane. Absolutely.
Which takes nothing away what he did when he served our country.
Absolutely not. You are correct.
His mental issues, I'm going to say mental issues. Like I said, I know several guys and women who came back, and they're not the same person.
Well, absolutely not.
And his profile pic at the eye, why would he have that? Why would that be his profile pic?
Right. Absolutely. Here's a good question. It is, very much so. Very much so.
I was at someone's farm. Ryan and Brent knew each other. No questions. I don't believe in coincidences. I really don't.
There's a lot in this case, and I've always said one of my biggest claims is that I don't believe in coincidence and true crime, but there are a lot. Within this case, there's a whole lot of coincidences that I've always had issue with. So yeah.
Too many coincidences.
Right.
Because I was wondering when the information about Brent living in Pennsylvania was going to hit the internet.
And it really hasn't been out there. You know what I mean? You haven't. I was kind of surprised by that. I'll be honest with you.
I personally think Harsh. I think he's the one who did the crimes. I think he is the actual one who had a knife in his hand. You see him swinging those fire things around.
Right.
He can move. I do believe there was more than one person involved in this that went into that home.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that for sure. Welcome, Paula.
And I try and put myself in Harsh's shoes, and I'm thinking, wait, I committed murders, and I don't want to go to prison because they didn't treat me too well last time I was there. Oh yeah.
Right.
I can put it off on a white Elantra. And the knife sheath, he's already stated, because, like I said, quote unquote, I pulled the knife out of the sheath that he had under his pillow.
Right.
And if you're at somebody's house and they go, hey man, check this knife out, and you're holding it in your hand, your DNA will be there.
Right.
I think the K-bar knife sheath was left there to throw people off.
Very possible. Very, very possible. We've all questioned that sheath multiple times.
I was involved in a case. I was raped.
I'm sorry to hear that.
The touch DNA that was on my shorts and the button.
Mm-hmm.
His lawyer, this judge, it was inadmissible.
Yes.
That those could have, I could have went to McDonald's, touched somebody that gave him $1 bill.
Anything, right. Absolutely.
I put it on my own shorts and the button.
Right.
They were shorts. Literally, I just sank in the chair. I could not believe the judge threw it out.
I'm so sorry. So sorry that happened to you.
That was the strongest evidence I had.
Right.
And it went right out the window.
Again, I my deepest condolences that happened that way, Diane. That's horrific.
He walked, like I said, the strongest evidence that I had going for me to prove raped me.
Right.
Judge out.
That's sad. That is so very sad.
And it went from a he said, she said.
Right, of course.
So, and I hear a lot of YouTubers, that DNA, what's going to do it? That DNA is going to get him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. There's too many scenarios that can be thrown out there to explain why that little bit, and I've had more touch DNA than they have.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So I'm not buying into the touch DNA. I don't. And I also have just a little bit of knowledge. Moscow, the police department.
Right.
They screwed this from the beginning.
Oh, yeah, we know that. Absolutely. 100%. The ball was dropped every which direction it could be, and there was a lot of mistakes made that definitely should not have been made, in my opinion.
They contaminated the crime scene themselves.
Absolutely, they did.
They were moving chairs in front of our stools or whatever it was in front of the sliding glass door. They should never have touched anything.
I agree. I do agree.
Found out.
There you go.
Yeah.
Since we're talking about the crime scene, I'm curious if anybody else, with the latest stuff that's come out about Ethan's body and the door being shut and all of that, does anyone else think that the bodies were moved afterwards?
I was going to get into that too. Just one moment here. Let me get. Sorry. One second, Nicole. Give me 1 second. But that's something that I do definitely want to talk about. Yeah, Diane, I agree that crime scene was disastrous and definitely should never have been touched like that. And I do appreciate you calling in, hon, so very much, but I do got to cut this a little short so that I can get a couple other people some chance to talk to. Okay. You're welcome to call in again anytime, always, and I do appreciate you so very much for supporting the channel as well. Once again, I want you to know that I absolutely feel horrible, and I am so very sorry that the situation you went through happened the way it did as well, because it should never have happened that way. No, ever.
On that, and thank you, and congratulations on 5,000.
Absolutely, thank you, and you helped to do that, so congratulations to you as well. This is your channel as well as it is mine and everybody else's, so thank you so very much, Miss Diane. I appreciate you.
All right.
Thanks, Diane.
You too.
Bye-bye. All right, thank you, Miss Diane Draper. I appreciate you so very much. Nicole, I'm so sorry.
No, don't be silly. I'm just glad I can finally. First time joining a panel, so thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you for joining us today. So yeah, it had been talked about that people believe, in some senses, based on certain things that we were told, that the bodies may have been moved, or that they may have fallen, or there's different variations of thoughts on that. And it's interesting. What is your take on that? Obviously, it's something you're interested in because you brought it up there. What do you think?
Well, I find it hard to believe, like, we're all trying to picture what the crime scene looked like, right?
Sure.
So Dylan and Bethany come out of their rooms, and you would expect there to be evidence everywhere in this horrific scene. But in order to make some of the things fit, like, maybe there wasn't. Maybe there was, maybe not necessarily a full cleanup to where you get rid of DNA and all that stuff, but maybe the bodies were put in rooms with the doors shut. Like Jules said a while ago, you can reach your
Yeah.
hand around, lock the door, and pull it shut. It's going to stay
Right.
locked.
Right.
And Kaylee being on top of Maddie was always kind of odd to me. Not them
And
sleeping in the same bed. That I get that, but I remember hearing a couple times that Kaylee was literally on top of Maddie.
yes,
Like
and
it felt.
I've had an issue with that from the beginning. I've talked about it a few times. Welcome, Michigal, to the sauce. It's great to have you as a member. Because of that, and I stated that. Well, if you've been listening, you know that my thought is a little different than a lot of other people's. I feel that the kids were not asleep; they were awake, possibly in the
Oh,
kitchen
definitely.
area, hanging out, stuff like that. And I think that maybe that Maddie was the first in out of those two to be attacked, and that
Right.
Kaylee may have tried to fight somebody off to help her and was attacked, and that's why she ended up on top of Maddie the way she did. That's my thought on that one. So yeah, it's definitely a weird situation. They definitely were not laying side by side in bed as they made us believe in the beginning.
Right. But like with the latent print, and now Ethan was in the room. For the longest time, I never believed Ethan was in the room. I thought he was under the good vibe sign where you see them taking all the pictures and looking down.
Yeah, right.
And maybe that's where it happened, but then maybe he was drug into the room. I don't know. Just none of this makes sense. But that's one of the things.
A lot of people have stated what Mr. Robert Bell just said is that maybe the steam was staged that way on purpose. A lot of people think that and have stated that too.
Yeah.
We don't have any facts to prove that, obviously, at this point, but it does look quite.
And if that's the case, and the smell, and I've been a big one on like. It's not just going to be blood. The smell is going to be all kinds of other stuff. Yeah. So if they were put in the rooms with the door shut and the door was open in the dead of winter, it may have made it, a little bit harder to smell.
I need to step away for 1 second, but Mama Bear's here. She can keep on directing things as they are. I'll be right back. Thank you.
Hi, Mama Bear.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I catch you guys on the replay all the time.
Yay.
But I work 9 to 5, and I'm off today, so I'm happy to be here.
Yeah. Yay. Glad you could be here. I wasn't sure how many would actually be here if they would be off, doing cookouts and stuff. So
yeah,
I'm glad a lot of people are here.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Dago, Jules, Harsh. I love JB Gunner. Don't come for me. No. Yeah, so I've been in the community for a while. I'm pretty active in the chats, but this is the first time I've ever participated, with my voice.
Very cool.
Yeah. But I have some thoughts on the Kopaka thing as well. I don't know if I can't see the chat. Last time I tried to, I got disconnected. But I'm curious if anyone remembers, so the Kopaka thing has always been weird, right? Too many coincidences. Definitely. Yeah, too many coincidences. Now we find out he lived in Pennsylvania, 10 minutes from where Brian was. His family's from Moscow. So what brought him to Pennsylvania, and then what in turn brought Brian and him back to Washington is my question. And if you remember early on, there was, I think, a Facebook post. It was a really cheap, it was really sus post, but it was meant to seem like it was coming from one of the sisters. She started off saying she was anonymous, but then later on used the words like my brother or my dad. Right. And it was saying that Brian and the security guard were doing lines in the car, and the security guard got out, did this horrible act. Brian saw what was going on, and then, got out of there like a bat out of hell.
Do we know how far apart they both moved back to Pullman?
I think one month is what, according to Drip Drop, Crime Circus said, I think it was about a month.
So Brian came first and then Brent came after, or?
I think Brent came first.
And then Brian came after. Okay.
Yeah, so, a month later.
So that is a little suspicious, to be honest with you, considering the scenario. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, I definitely would look at that. That's definitely different.
Yeah, I mean, we're not talking a couple states away. This is cross country. Something had to bring Brian to Washington. There's plenty of other PhD programs close by. I mean, I live in Pennsylvania, but I'm more towards Philly. I mean, and even there, you've got
Well,
Temple,
I
you've got
did
University of Penn. There's incredible schools here. So
right, and I did look into the WSU thing. It does have, as far as criminology department and so on and so forth, one of the absolute best in the country, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that is exactly what that was all about. I'm just saying,
yeah,
you can look at it in two aspects, and it's just the coincidental thing. I've always said this. Anybody that's been here with me for a period of time, Mama Bear included, I've said forever, I don't believe in coincidences in true crime. I just don't. Okay, and we've had a lot in this case, and it's just kind of hard to look at them as coincidence at this point. Do you know what I mean? So
I do.
that's my issue with that.
Yeah. Another odd thing was the friend of Kopaka, Darren, I believe his name is.
Yeah, Darian.
With the weird shrine.
Right, and there's the kitty butt.
So he was on, I think, one of the ABC, not
Yeah, he
prime
was
time, but
on
like
Dateline, or not Nightline. He was on Nightline. Yes,
right,
one that
talking about exactly saying that they have trashed his friend's reputation.
Yep.
Yada yada yada. Well, sorry, but when he pulled a gun on his roommates, he kind of trashed his own reputation. If that's true,
Yeah.
but also to choose for ABC as well as Darren to choose that setting, like we're talking about 4 kids who were sliced, like slaughtered, and they chose to interview this man in front of all of this horror film memorabilia, like Pennywise and the Scream. Like, why would you? I mean, even if Darren didn't think of it and was just kind of, in his home, why wouldn't ABC say, you know what, let's go to a studio, let's not have all the slasher movie stuff in the background. Might look a little odd, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So.
And I know I can get it. If you're his friend and you guys enjoyed these things together, I get that as a shrine to the death of somebody. But in memory of someone, you would want. Yeah, I hear the static. I don't know why there's so much of it either. And I apologize.
I think it's on Nicole's end, not yours.
Yeah,
I have my AirPods in. Should I take them out?
It might be what it is. Very possible. But it's just an odd way to memorialize somebody, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, you would want something a little bit more. My opinion. I'm not saying that it is an opinion that everybody has to go by. I would have something that was a little bit more like heartfelt in a sense. But again, if those two enjoyed those two things together, if they enjoyed those things together, that makes absolute sense to me. It's just a bit. It's just a bit.
It's kind of in your face, especially if if it was my kid or like for the family members. It's a little right. And
I can agree
someone
with
in
that.
chat said earlier that maybe Brian and Brent were both undercover, like are informants in some way. And
I don't.
That's the only thing
I've
that
heard
might
that
make
a lot.
sense.
Well, why has nobody heard anything about that then? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the one thing I have struggles with. Welcome, Laura. Good to have you. Thanks for joining us today.
Hello.
Hi. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thanks for joining us. Go ahead, Nat.
I'm a bit of a lurker, so I'm just enjoying watching your shows and covering this case. It's been brilliant watching you, Jules, and Harsh as well. I agree with Nicole. Definitely.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you so very much. Go ahead with what you were saying, Nicole.
No, I don't know. I've always been kind of curious about the Kopaka Koberger situation, and now that this whole Pennsylvania thing, it really has my mind blown. Like,
that's definitely a little bit more than a coincidence, in my opinion. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah. So, and I think, I don't know, maybe Jules would know, but the 911 call from the SWAT situation with Brent, I couldn't exactly hear it well, but I thought I heard one of them say that they got one of the roommates out. He was wearing like a red shirt, gray pants, I don't know, something. They described what he was wearing. And then they also said his name is similar to it wasn't suspect, but similar to the target or whatever.
One second, Nicole. Who No, hold on, Mama Bear, with that one. If he can hear me, did anybody say or mention Detective John's name in here? Because I don't.
I have not seen anybody say that name.
I haven't either, and I make sure everybody knows that we don't talk about other creators or their hosts or whatever they have in there. So we don't do that. So wrong channel, sir. But you have a nice day yourself. Thank you so very much. Bye bye. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry about that, Nicole.
No, I was just I remember I didn't quite made it up, but I'm wondering if anybody else heard it in the SWAT 911 calls. One of the officers had one of the I guess roommates had gotten out, and she was with him, describing him to her partner, and I believe she said his name. He's got a very similar name to the target or something to that effect. Which Brian Koberger, Brent Kopak. I mean, they're very similar names. So I don't know if anyone else picked up on that, but yeah.
So, I don't think I did. What do you remember the name?
It was Jules. When a couple weeks back, Jules put out the 911 call for the swatting with Brent, and it was in there. It was discussion between two of the officers. She described what he was wearing, and then she said, "And his name is similar to the target's."
I've never seen that nor heard about that.
Do you think the police went after the wrong person then? If that is the case, do you think that the police officers misheard, or because the names are so closely linked, and that could be why they went down Koberger route?
Maybe. I really hadn't taken it further than what I just said, because that was I'm still looking for that solid connection between the two.
I did wonder if his name had come up earlier on, because obviously there's rumors about him wanting to trial with the police force due to his PhD. I did wonder if maybe his name had been mentioned in passing, or a similar name had been mentioned in passing, and because the police were aware of him, or people he may have shadowed were aware of him, that's why they jumped straight onto him, because it did seem to be rather quick that they went for following him.
Oh, okay.
Right.
P. Fox just stated that in Kopaka's scanner audio that she always thought that it was weird that the cop says, no, that's a suspect with a similar name. So maybe the initials could have thrown that off, is what, I don't know. I don't know.
That's the gist of it.
Right.
Nobody ever, when the SWAT 911 audio came out, everybody was talking about it, but nobody seemed to touch on that. So I was just curious if anybody else heard what I heard.
Yeah. Absolutely. I haven't heard that, which was different to that's something new, because I thought I'd heard everything. But I appreciate that, though, to know that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll go back to Jules's video and see if I can find the timestamp.
Absolutely. I thought I usually watch all her stuff too, so I may have just actually missed something slightly. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it was very hard. The whole thing, like it was in and out. Some particular places were very hard to hear.
Yes.
And there weren't subtitles because to Jules's credit.
Lisa, yes, I did read that, and yes, I'm Nicole. Yes, you are correct. Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
But yeah, I'll have to go back and read that or listen to that myself, because I didn't quite catch that part, unless I just misheard it and was like misunderstanding. You know what I mean? Very possible.
Yeah. Or maybe I did.
But, and there's so much with this, anything's possible. But I have mostly had to go back and re-watch, which we've done that so many times in here, and we're doing it again to catch things that we may have missed. And every time we rewatch something or re-listen to something, I find something new. Believe that or not, you can ask Mama Bear. I absolutely do. Every time.
Yeah.
Every time.
How did I not see that the first time? Well, neither did I. Well, how did we miss that? Because there's so many things that we're trying to focus on at that time. Now we're moving on to this time, and we're refocused on a different scenario. So now that's why we pick it up. That's why I've, come to that conclusion with. And I'll probably continue to find new things that we keep missing.
But it's like the scene of the crime, because I don't know, but from the very beginning, for whatever reason, I always assumed that there was bodies in the kitchen, bodies in the
Living
corridor
room.
leading to the stairs, and obviously a lot of red stuff everywhere
Right.
because
Right.
of what they were seeing. And then I was thinking, when we were looking back, and you did the rewatch show on, I think it was last Monday,
Yes.
and we were looking back at the cameras on the people peering in and watching what the forensics were doing, and they were zooming in on an area where we assumed there was a body. But I'm wondering if that is actually where the latent footprint is, or something like a latent footprint.
Well, the latent footprint was more over by where Dylan's room was, but I've done the same thing you're talking about right now. Was underneath that sign in that living area. We've all kind of focused in on those videos and those pictures where it looks like they're taking pictures of something. They're bending down, they're stepping over, and I'm thinking, is that Ethan? Is that Ethan there? Is that based on the people that were in that house, the way it was set up? That's where the only person I would believe would be in that area, in a sense, but we don't know. Is it just a stain? Was it a lot of blood maybe in that area that they were trying to check? Who knows? But that's that's part of the problem is I think that we've been either mistold or things have been misunderstood so many different ways that we're confused as well. Do you know what I mean? And we're trying to find what the actual truth is, and it's been so hard.
Yeah, because the coroner didn't help. The coroner made it sound like something completely different to what we now see in the PCA and what we are hearing from family members as well. There's three different stories there, because Steve Consalves has also come out, and it didn't sound like the weapon that they are referring to, which is the K-bar, based on what Steve Consalves said about his daughter's injuries. It sounded like it could be two weapons. So you've got that narrative, you've got the coroner's narrative, which was another thing completely different, and then you've got the PCA, which we're supposed to believe. And the situation around the door being shut in Zena and Ethan's room, for some reason, and I need to go back and find it, but I don't believe they were the first two officers, the people who wrote the PCA or used evidence for the PCA. I don't believe they were the first two officers on the scene. So surely somebody else could have opened the door first, and they're just reporting on what they're seeing. So it could well be that the door was shut.
Well, see, I think after what Jules' video had stated, it kind of reminded me of that situation that maybe Hunter Johnson, if that door was locked, in the door that went into Xana's room, if that was locked, that Hunter may have shouldered that door open and pushed it open, in my opinion, when he first got there. So, but again, we can't clarify that, so we don't know yet. I'm sure, I pray that the exact every step that was taken in this situation will be talked about when it actually finally does go to trial 10 years from now, because that's an exaggeration, but I'm telling you, it's going to be a while, guys.
Well, and sorry.
You're all right. Go on.
Like we were talking about earlier, how I really feel like the bodies were moved after, they were deceased. If that's the case, that would have to make up for at least some of the time, not the full 8 hours, but for whoever did this to be in and out as quickly as they're claiming, it should be an open and shut case. There should be evidence everywhere. To do it that quickly, they should have been able to find the guy within a couple of hours.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So
I really agree.
I mean, I've even thought maybe it was like a hostage situation. This was in the very beginning. I don't think that happened.
Yeah. Oh,
maybe Bethany and Dylan. Maybe it was like a hostage situation.
That was actually talked about, Nicole. It was there was another rumor, because God knows how many rumors we've dealt with, that they were tied up and gagged and all this other stuff at one point too. So which they've already debunked that, obviously. But
right.
The Sergeant Friday says, Dago, is it possible the cops' timeline ends later than the car speeding away because the driver fled when they heard screams and the killer or killers had to leave on foot? That's very possible, Sarge. Very, very possible, to be honest with you. I've always had problems. Everybody, even ladies up on the panel here, I've had problems with the timeline from the very beginning. The very, very, very beginning, because I can't imagine that. The thing that I've had the biggest problem with is that somebody was watching this house. I feel, okay, paying attention to what's going on at this house, preparing for this at some point. That's my thought. So if we have whatever these guys were, supersized security guards or whatever they were that were out in the band field that night at 3 a.m. Okay, doing what they're doing, watching this whole neighborhood go on with what it's doing, looking for underage drinkers or whatever they're doing. If the timeline that we're supposed to believe is real, how did those officers that are floating around this area not see or hear people coming in and out of this house or see or hear screams?
Well, that's another shit show in itself. They were like plain clothes, in jeans, and in unmarked cars.
Right.
With weird body cams that you couldn't hear anybody that was responding. You could only hear what the person was saying. Like,
right.
That whole situation was, I'll tell you what, if they tried to stop me, I would not stop for them.
Right, of course not.
Weren't they on the green as well? Like half an hour before the event?
Yes. So you're gonna make me believe that they were doing these stops all over the place, and then within the hour they were nowhere to be found? That doesn't make sense to me. They were all over campus, all over this area, watching for and there's kids out everywhere all night. Okay, we know that. So at that point in time, they just disappeared. They didn't see or hear anything. I just have had problems with that forever with this. So, and even if we go back and we go with the original timeline, that makes it even worse because they were right there at 3 a.m. when the other timeline basically went down, and would have, should have, and could have heard and saw multiple things that were not normal. And nothing was done about it. Okay. So either timeline, if these officers, security guards, whatever they are out going all over campus all night long, running the midnight shift, basically is what it looks like. Where were you when this happened, and why? Why were you not there? If she, and also, another thing that had bothered me, not this jump subject, but if she would have called 911, there's a very big chance that somebody could have survived this and that the perpetrators would have been caught right then and there.
I agree.
And that really, really bothers me.
Yeah.
I'm not saying...
Do you guys think that the reason that Kohlberger's holding off on his alibi may be because he is running one of those 3 police officers that Ann Taylor is bringing up training records for?
It's very possible. Very, very possible.
So that would be his alibi, and that's the reason he's not coming forward with it, because he's bumped into one of them during his time over in that area.
That's a great point, Laura. It really is. That could be exactly one of the reasons why she's pulling for all that information. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The only other thing I could think about when it comes to the alibi, his alibi, is if he is, because we're not saying that Ryan Kohlberger is like this innocent angel. He could still be involved in crime or criminal activity.
Yes, you are absolutely correct.
It may be that he was doing something that he would get in trouble for on that night.
As well. Correct.
Yeah.
But
I think he knows what happened more so than we do.
So he doesn't come forward with the information of what he actually was up to, because he knows that will be used against him or twisted in some way.
I think it's a tactic that they're using, and they're both very smart. Him and his attorney, his whole legal defense team is very smart. But truthfully, Brian doesn't need an alibi. He shouldn't have to have an alibi. You can ask Sarge about that. He'll tell you right off the bat. He shouldn't have to explain what he did, where he was. He should not need an alibi. But
nope, burden of proof is on the prosecution.
Prosecution is demanding one for some reason from him. Okay.
I think that's just the rule in Idaho. I think one of the lawyers covered it on LawTube.
Yeah,
that's correct.
It's specifically a rule there if he's going to use that defense. So that tells me that he is going to use an alibi defense, whether it's linked to the 51 terabytes of evidence, or if it's linked to something else. He's going to use an alibi defense to prove that he wasn't there.
Right. Which was probably the best thing for him to do. I believe that. You know what I mean? If you have a very strong alibi, that should clear him right out of the gate, based on the fact that 1 second. That should clear him right out of the gate based on the fact of what defense dropped the other day with there's no DNA involved in anything that Brian has had his hands on. Okay, so that and a strong alibi, that in my opinion would completely clear him of this crime, in my opinion. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I think in kind of in line with what your other guest was saying about it being an Idaho thing, if they are going to present that defense, you know, I have an alibi, they have to do it in advance. They can't do like a Perry Mason moment type thing at trial. They have to give them, you know, they have a timeline where they have to provide the prosecution with, you know, where they're what they claim his alibi was.
Right. For what, Brian? You're okay. Oh, that, yeah. That's the only thing I stated. It was that I don't do that, and I don't, regardless of what they do, if they talk about me or my panelists, my co-hosts, any of that, I'm not like other creators. Just because they do it does not mean I'm going to do it. And that's all I'm asking anybody in here not to do that, because this channel is not like that. And that's all I'm asking. If you guys want to do it in private, absolutely, please do. But on here, that's all I'm asking.
Please do.
You know, that's up to you. That's your business. That's your whatever. But that's up to you. Just not while I'm live or while on my panel, because I don't do that. I have not done that.
Nope.
No worries, Diane. And I appreciate you being here today. Thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt, ladies. Go ahead with what you were saying.
No, I was just agreeing that the alibi defense is specific to Idaho. Well, probably other states as well, but that, you know, like your other guest said, if he's going to use that as his defense, they have to tell the prosecution in advance. They can't wait until trial and then, you know, have this Perry Mason type moment.
Right. Absolutely. That's a good point. Elizabeth says law enforcement wants to shut up. BK, death penalty, burn, 1122 House, secret grand jury, un-American, absolutely unconstitutional, in my opinion.
How can I see the chat from back here? I'm afraid to hit anything.
It's, if you touch something, you'll bounce out. Sadly.
Okay, it's fine.
Usually, if I do that, I'll pull something up on the other side and look at it that way. That way, it doesn't do that. But
good. I can put you on. I can put it on my TV.
That's usually what I do. Just keep the volume down. That way, it doesn't overlap. You don't get that echo, and you're fine. Yeah.
Gotcha.
The death penalty thing, I don't quite understand. I'm not from America, but I thought you would have to have a pretty open shut case to be able to.
Yeah, I agree
with the death penalty case.
You should.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because it changes the jury pool as well, doesn't it? Because
yes, ma'am.
You've got to vet the jurors to be pro death penalty. So then you're going to have people who are more inclined to want a conviction. I don't know of the psychology behind it, but it just seems a bit odd that it would have to be, for me, it would have to be an open shut case to be able to go forward with something like that.
I agree. I absolutely agree. And it should be. But
we certainly don't have an open shut case. But.
Right, definitely. And 1 second, folks. Sorry, guys, my son. A question. Welcome, Princess Consuela Banana Hammock. I believe they will take this house down before the trial. They're trying really hard. I agree. And welcome, Miranda. It's good to have you here. It's going to be used as a plea tool, just like they did with Lori V. Yeah, I agree with that too. But I don't think he's going to take a plea. I'll be honest with you. I feel very strongly that he's not going to take a plea because I can't see him doing that. I feel that he's going to take this all the way to the end.
Yep.
And push every bit of it to prove his innocence, because just from seeing how he's acted so far.
Can the defense attorney suggest he takes a plea if she thinks there is sufficient evidence?
She definitely can suggest it. I just don't think he will. I think that he's got too much pride. I think in a sense that he's somewhat arrogant and confident, okay, due to his education, so therefore I don't feel that he will, because then again, in another sense, just like when he stood silent, when he did that, that's him taking a step back from the entire thing, saying I had no involvement. If you take a plea, that's an admission of guilt, and I don't see him doing that at all.
Yeah.
I
don't think Ann Taylor is going that direction at all. Like, the stuff that Jules has uncovered with the other cases, like the chiropractors, and then there was a female who was accused of killing her boyfriend's infant, something like that.
Right.
Do you know what I'm talking about, Dago?
Yes, I absolutely.
So Anne hired the same PI that she used for those cases.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think she would. They're not even going in the direction of a plea, in my opinion.
No, not at all. Not at all.
And can you imagine if he'd actually stood up and said not guilty? The mainstream media would have had a week worth of content on it, analyzing every little way he said it, every movement he made during saying it. I think that's another reason why it was good for him that he was able to stand silent.
Yeah, definitely. I can agree with that for sure.
Okay, I'm going to jump off because it's getting busy in here, but thank you for having me.
Anytime, Laura. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for supporting this channel as you do. I appreciate you so much.
I'll continue lurking.
Bye, Laura. You're
Thanks,
lovely.
Laura.
Bye.
Have a great day. Welcome, Green Eyes. Good to see you. How are you today?
Oh, I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Yep.
I've got fans on, so I don't know if it's bothering the microphone.
No, you're fine.
No, I was listening to the Brent K. And if we go back to the beginning, and I watch a lot of Grizzlies, and she's really good about mapping stuff out. If I'm not mistaken, either before they've mapped his car going around the apartments Brent lived in at that time.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not mistaken. And I always found that odd. And then when he was shot, unalived or whatever, and then Brian brought that up. That was the first thing he brought up at the stop.
Oh, when his father said that. Yeah.
Right. And it kind of, I always wondered if there was something in his apartment in Brent's that linked Brian to Brent, or they found a note or some kind of plan, and everybody's, I always wondered that, because then after he was unalived, it's like it kind of went, they were looking for the white Elantra, they were doing all this stuff. So I wonder if it was something in his apartment, if they are linked together.
Right. Very possible.
I watched Grizzly too. I remember I watched the video you're talking about, which was kind of out of character for her because she usually does not speculate at all.
No, right.
But she even prefaces this video with saying, like, this isn't something I do, but there's too many coincidences. It's too bizarre.
Right.
I don't. Right, and I welcome Sandy Dennis. I don't like to speculate per se. I like to. If we do speculate, I like to try to base it off of factual information that we've either gotten from documentation or from the horse's mouth in some senses. We can't do that. We have not had the option to do a lot of that. And therefore, that's, we're all doing kind of a speculative theory basis now because of what we got and what we have. Because there's so many different options thrown at us and so many changes that have happened with this. We don't really have an option other than to do something like that. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, totally.
I agree with her on that. Thank you, Heather.
Grizzly's like very, very fact based though. Like you're
right. She is
very welcoming. Like she does not play. She's just facts. That's like kind of like Annie Elise. Like they don't get into the theory stuff, which is actually what the part I enjoy. So for her to even go out on the Kopaka thing was kind of like, okay, this might deserve some looking into.
Yeah, I mean, it was the driving. It was either leaving his apartment, or either when he left the house, if it's his car, and going that way passes or goes by the apartments.
Yeah.
So I can't remember either or, because it was way back in the beginning when they got the trail of the cameras and everything.
Right.
that she did that map. But yeah, I mean, I'm one that don't believe that the bodies were moved, because I
Okay.
think if they were dragged or moved, you would see drag marks or blood drops or
And
anything like that.
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
is why we do this, because we have
Right.
one person here on the right that does believe it's possible, and we have one person on the left that believes it's not. And that is why we do this, because if we have both of these theories bouncing off each other, somewhere in the middle is the truth with that. Okay, and that's why I like to do this.
Correct.
And we can do that. We can all do that as adults with no problems and get along just fine with it. There's no reason not to, and that's why I like doing this. So thank you both.
And there's another thing I think. I think if there was a bed in Kaylee's room, her old room, and the dog was in there, I think she was going to sleep in there. If Maddie was under the covers, I believe she was already laying down.
Yeah.
And Kaylee was up trying to get a hold of Jack. And she was with her dog, because I've got 2 dogs. Everybody has dogs. I'm not going to leave my dog in a bedroom by itself.
Yeah, but if you live with a bunch of other people and you hear something, like, I think Kaylee heard something, got out of bed, shut the door behind her to keep Murphy, in there, so that, I that's what I would do. I would shut my dog. If I heard something, I would shut the dog in the room and see what was going on.
Yeah.
Or she might have heard Maddie scream. I believe she come out of that room. I don't think they were.
But yeah, my theory kind of bounced off of that a little bit too, where I thought that, I had a couple of theories. That one of them was that Kaylee may have been in her room with the dog, and as somebody went at Maddie, there may have been a lot of noise coming out of there, slam, banging, screaming, yelling, and she gets up and leaves the dog in the room and goes to go help her to see what's going on, and she's then attacked, which is again why they found her on top of Maddie the way they did. Somebody grabbed her,
I agree with that,
and maybe tried to fight with that person, and then they attacked her, and that's how she ended up that way. That's my opinion.
I've thought that too.
Welcome, Jonathan. Good to see you, buddy.
Stuff I thought of in the beginning, I'm forgetting, and now I have this old. There's just too much all the time.
Yeah.
They've Drip Drop now has me thinking about Kopaka and moving of bodies, and when.
Well, I will say this much, and I think Sarge said it here just a little bit ago. We have to remember something. I'm not saying that there is no absolutely no involvement with him, but I think if there was a thought that there was involvement, we would have seen something in the PCA about that. Okay. And we do have to kind of follow, as much as we hate the PCA, because we all do, that we got to kind of follow that. And there's absolutely zero mention of him in there. That's why I haven't really gone anywhere with him with that. But we're still looking into that. Don't get me wrong. We've still been trying to look into that as much as we can. Very hard, because there isn't anything. So
yeah,
that we know of.
Involved, it's being covered up for sure.
Right.
Because I mean, I know a lot of people watch The Lawyer. I just watched a video on his, and he's like, the prosecution don't have to release everything, even in the PCA. They could have a lot more that we don't know about. They can only have to release a little bit. So we don't know what else they have. We really don't. I mean, and I'm with Ethan. I believe what happened to him, and I believe he got up. I mean, he was trying to get to the door. If the door wasn't locked and he was blocking the door, I think he was trying to get up and get out, and fell where he fell.
Right.
I mean, after the guy or whoever left,
very much so.
That's what I believe, because I believe Ethan would have tried to warn or yell her to leave and get help. Now, and another thing, like I said, and I don't care what anybody says. I don't care if they were asleep. I don't care if they're awake. That kind of thing happens in a house. There's going to be screaming. There's going to be all kinds of stuff, because there was people awake, and I just can't believe, unless this girl had earphones on, earbuds in her ear, both roommates at the same time, did not hear anything. I'm sorry, I just can't. And if they
I'm
were
with you on
hiding
that.
because they were scared, I understand that. I do. I get it. But I just can't believe you just looked out 3 times when a killer or somebody walked past you and you didn't call 911. I can't get over that fact.
Is that what she did, or was she looking out 3 times to see if they were gone? That's my
Right.
thought.
Right.
That's my thought.
And to wait that long and then call his best friend, Ethan's best friend, to find him. That's usually what people do when they don't want to look like they're involved.
Yeah, that could be thought of that way as well. That's a good point. Very good point.
I mean, I watch a lot of ID, and they'll say, "Well, can you go check so and so?" when they know they murdered them.
Right.
And they'll go into the house and go, "Well, I haven't heard from that person. Can you go check on that? Do a wellness check?" Yep. And so I'm real leery about that, of calling his best friend. Really, like that's, I don't know. I would have broke that door down. I would have got a screwdriver. I would have took it off the hinges. If it was my roommates, I would have busted that door open.
I think the cell phones are going to tell a big story. What the activity on those cell phones between the roommates, because you can't tell me that they don't have a roommate chat, a group chat, or that they're not constantly texting, even if they are in the same house. So I think that's going to have a lot.
Well, I think if it does, then I think they need to go back. I don't think it's going to happen around that time, because they're going to know if they're involved, they're going to know to stay or say nothing or go in code, because I think either that or they had a burner phone, something other than they're not going to say nothing. But I think they should go back weeks, because if this was in the planning, this was planned. This was
I don't know. I don't think they're involved. I don't know. If at best, I think maybe they didn't do enough. That's for darn sure. And at best, if maybe they heard or knew something was going to happen, but I don't think that they were directly involved.
Well,
if they were, then, yeah.
Well, maybe and I go back to somebody else's video. Like, why would you attack the 4 people that were supposedly in rooms together when you had 2 people just by themselves?
Yeah.
Much easier.
Yes, it sure is.
And then once you attack, the other 2 of the people wasn't even supposed to be there.
Yep. Yeah.
And also, you have to know who's in that house. And I keep going back to that.
Right.
And I know that you you said that. Like, why in the world would you attack somebody how would you know that there wasn't 5 guys in that house?
Exactly. That's exactly what I said.
And right. So there has to be an informant somewhere in that house to let you know, because Kaylee had a new vehicle. There could have been 5. She could have brought 5 guys with her.
I very, very much believe that somebody was letting somebody know what was going on, who was where, who wasn't there. And it was either that or there was communication between one of the victims and somebody else, which is what tipped off whoever may have came into that house and did this.
Do you
without even realizing that.
Do you think that the roommates knew in advance, though? Like, I mean, if they did, then there wouldn't be anything on their cell phones. But
Kim had stated
they heard all this stuff, didn't come out. When they texting, "Hey, did you hear that? Hey, are you okay? Hey," and then they don't.
I know that a lot of people don't really trust what Kim has to say, but she made a statement to me in a private conversation. It wasn't really private, but that she believes that the victims knew something was going to happen. Okay, that night. As of that night, they knew something was going to happen. Maybe there was a threat. Maybe it had something to do with the fight that went on at the frat house. Any of that.
I did hear her say that as well.
Right. So I feel like they may have felt that something was going to go on. Maybe that's what the conversation was between Maddie and Kaylee on the way to the grub truck. Maybe they were trying to figure out what the hell was going to go on and why, who said what to who. Maybe it had something to do with what Maddie said to Adam. We don't know yet, okay? But I do feel that those things, those little things, build into something large. Now, before I forget, though, I want you guys to watch this. This is Jules' video stating that Xana's door was not locked but blocked. Okay, that's what she had put this out. I believe it was yesterday or the day before. And for those of you that didn't get to see this one, so I'm gonna go ahead and play this, and then we can talk about what you guys were just talking about with the door and stuff right after this. Okay. And I want to hear your guy, the two of your theories, and anybody else that has anything as well on that. So 1 second.
Hey, Dago, can you slow the chat while you're at it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. 1 second. Is that moving too fast again?
Yep.
That's all right. It's because we got all these awesome people in here trying to talk.
I know.
That's why it's moving so fast. And thank you, all of you, for being here.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was wrong. Xana's door wasn't locked. This makes even less sense now. Hey guys, this is Jules with True Crime Reactions. Before we get into the video information, I just want to let you guys know that I was on a live today with Crime Lines and Lies with the amazing Brooks. It was a really, really good show. I really, really like her. So it was really great getting on there today to be able to talk to her. I'm going to have a link for that in the description box. So you guys go over there and take a look. Now, Daniel with Drunk Turkey, they did a live last night discussing the 911 call. Daniel actually emailed me wanting me to be on the live last night, but Fridays is pretty much the night that I do stuff with my kids. And we actually had stuff planned for this morning, but I had already rescheduled all that for Friday since I was doing the live with Brooks. So I will be probably doing a live with the guys probably sometime in the next week or so. From what Daniel stated, I think he's going to reach out and try to schedule something with me. And just so everyone does understand that I didn't have any sort of animosity towards Daniel, even though I know I come off pretty abrasive whenever I'm passionate and having questions about things. And he seems to understand that because we have had conversations whenever he's hopped up on Dago's live. He's been on there a couple of times and we've gone back and forth with a couple of things with the case. So whenever I had issues with that whole interview situation, it was not towards Daniel himself. I understand he was just reiterating information, but there was some stuff I wish would have been re-talked about, but it seems those things are being talked about now. And that's what needs to happen because a lot of this stuff isn't making any sense. Now, yesterday, whenever I was discussing this 911 call and the information that I had heard from Daniel, this was apparently stuff that they had talked about on their channel before. Now, when they did the live last night, they clarified a lot more stuff. And I'm more confused because I was wrong about the door being locked. And the reason I'm more confused is for the same exact reasons why I thought the door had to have been locked from the details I was hearing. Because to me, and he's not 6'5", okay, that was an exaggeration, but to me, if Ethan's body had been blocking the door, two grown-ass women could have been able to push that door open. Not only that, but you know that there's two other grown-ass women upstairs. And instead of going upstairs to ask the other two women upstairs so that there's 4 grown adults pushing on this door, you call someone to come over to help you with the door. That's really weird to me. That doesn't make logical sense to me. If you have the capability of just running upstairs and being back downstairs with 2 more people to help you in like 5 seconds, why would you in turn call someone else and have to wait minutes and minutes for that person to get there? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Now I'm going to read to you the statement that apparently Christy made, or at least Daniel's interpretation of the statement that Christy made when they discussed this, because I listened to it a few times and wrote it down verbatim. And the link for Daniel's live will also be in the description so that you guys can go and listen to this yourselves if you hadn't already. The girls called him. He went over. He couldn't get through the door because Ethan's body was blocking the door. He was able to push open the door enough to peer in and saw what he saw. He said, "Get the F out," and they called 911 immediately. I have a lot of problems with this because for the exact same reason why I don't understand how two grown-ass women couldn't push open a door, I don't understand why this statement makes it seem as if even Hunter could not get through the door enough to open it. He could only open it enough to peer in, see the scene, and then call for 911 to be called. So we've got a very athletic college male, two healthy grown adult women, and all three of these people we're being told couldn't push the door open all the way, that it was only opened up enough to be able to peer inside. So it wasn't locked. He didn't have to break through the door. Ethan's
Something that I have an issue with on this as well. It really bothers me now. Okay, really. We heard that Dylan had supposedly tried to call all of the roommates that morning at sometime. We heard that. Mm-hmm. Then we also heard from Kaylee's mother's mouth, Christy, okay, that there were no missed calls from anybody, let alone Dylan, on Kaylee's phone line.
Right.
So if you're going to lie about something that minuscule,
mm-hmm.
why wouldn't you lie about other things as well? Whether she lied because she's scared, whether she lied for whatever. Go ahead. What you were going to say, Mama Bear?
No, I said exactly.
I have so many problems with Dylan's side of things. I have for a while. You guys have heard me complaining about it multiple different ways. I don't like the generic ass statement that was basically the description of the suspect that Dylan prescribed. Can't even talk today. Described, thank you, was basically, in my opinion, read from Brian's ID in a sense, other than the weight. What's up, Daniel? Good to see you, bud. I never said that the girls attempted to open the door. Christy never said that either. I don't even know if they left their room. Okay. Gotcha. That's, I guess he's referencing what Jules was talking about. Okay.
I think so, but
that's probably what she's. Well, I should let the video play, then that way it finishes up. So
body was blocking it with so much force that three grown adults, that includes a very athletic young man, couldn't open the door all the way. That doesn't make logical sense to me. And it also doesn't make any logical sense to me that a body could have been up against the door if the person would have had to have left the room after committing the crime. And the way that Dylan in the PCA is describing the person in black walking past her door, the direction the person was going is the reason why the police believe that this person left out the back sliding glass.
Okay, now I will say, I know that sounds very weird. Okay. Again, Daniel's saying, I was only told that Ethan's best friend was the only person attempting to open it. Okay. Good stuff, Daniel. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. Clarification on that. But a lot of people are saying that they think the bodies may have been moved or this or that. And I'll fix the echo. Carolyn, thank you. I've been thinking about that. Like, how did this happen? How did that happen? If the door was shut, blah, 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 so on and so forth. There's a very good possibility, as much as I don't like to think about this, that maybe Ethan was not completely deceased when the person walked out of the room, and maybe he struggled a bit to move to try to get up and ended up in a different position. Okay. It can happen, folks. I believe it can happen. So, I that's the only thing I can come to on that makes any kind of sense to me. So, again,
or Dago, if he was still going after the guy left, he could have tried to push something in front of the door And then that where he says, "I'm here, I'm going to help you," could have been him telling Xana.
That's a good point.
And he was still living and still bleeding, but not. It wasn't. I mean,
yeah,
and too afraid to leave the room.
Right. No, absolutely. He could have laid himself across that door, possibly.
Right.
Locked the door so nobody came back in. That's an awesome point. That is really a great point. Because we don't know how things went down after the fact. Because I still feel, what's up, Daniel? Daniel saying, "Hey, everybody." I still feel like those two were the first targets, the first attacked, in my opinion. Okay. And again, CJ saying that there's no evidence to show how they left. We don't know. All we heard was and that was the statement that Dylan had put out, was that person was seen walking towards, not walking out of, but walking towards that door. They could have done something completely different at that point. We don't know that that's a fact. Okay. And then at the same time, we're hearing now that the back door is the one that was left wide open, not the front door. So maybe it was the exit. Who knows?
Right.
I can't imagine somebody that unalives 4 people taking the time to shut and lock doors, to shut the door they exit from. Are they going to wipe their feet too? I mean, that doesn't make sense.
Not in 15 minutes.
Right. Not even that long. Not even 9 minutes. 9 minutes is the time that we have been given, and I just cannot get through that. I can't. So, again, sorry to interrupt the video. I just wanted to state that real quick.
I mean, didn't Ethan and Hunter have something to do that morning?
Who?
Yeah, I think yes.
Yeah, Ethan, he was supposed to go somewhere or be at the frat or something that morning. And maybe that's why Hunter was there to get him. Or
I think he was called.
Why is Hunter's everywhere? Why is that? You know what I mean?
He is, isn't he?
The door when they come for the noise complaints, and he seems to be. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if he's always there, I mean, he's obviously, very close to them. At some point, I should say, he was Ethan's best friend. He probably hung around them all the time. So that's how I gathered that he was always around.
Is he the one that came out? Sorry.
That's okay, hon.
No, is he the one that came out on the back porch when Kaylee?
Yes, okay. That is. Dre, thank you so very much for the super chat. I appreciate you so very much for that. Very, very, very much. Very, very much appreciated. That keeps us going. All right, let's try this video again. And thank you again, Dre.
That has to be reopened in order for the person to leave. So there's 2 scenarios here. Either the bodies were put that way and whoever did this would have had to have gone out the window, which doesn't make any sense because of what Dylan states about the direction the person she saw was going. Or the door was closed and Dylan saw what she saw and Ethan wasn't gone. And after the door was closed, he moved towards the door, but he didn't make it enough to be able to open it. That's a very real possibility here. And that brings me back to the anger that I felt a long time ago in this case about the 8-hour delay in the 911 call. And that very thing, that very possible scenario could be the reason why in the PCA we are seeing that there's a second autopsy for Ethan. And if there was a possibility that if the roommates knew something was going on because Dylan heard whimpers and crying and something on their phones puts the end time of this incident at 4:25, which is 5 minutes after the vehicle leaves the neighborhood. There's a great possibility that if Dylan would have called 911, like I've mentioned before, there's a possibility someone could have been saved. But I don't see any other plausible explanation for how a body could be propped up against a door.
And again, you guys know, let's say I fully believe that there was 2 to 3 people involved in this, okay? Maybe they did go in that room and shut and lock the door and went about what they were doing and go out the window. I doubted that, but that is another possibility, okay?
Well, do you think that Ethan, I mean, if that's the case, if he was strong enough to do that and get to the door to try to either block it or lock it, then and he was up, I think, do you think that he probably threw some punches? I mean,
I think he did in the beginning, yeah. Before he was, yes, I feel like
because he didn't, if he didn't, go, he wasn't at that time, you know what I mean? Then that means he had to fight, and he probably was winning, and they left him or something because they didn't make sure he was gone.
I have always felt like he was fighting the whole time. I've always felt, I wanted to believe that he got some good hits in on this. I feel 100% that he fought, okay, and that, that he was a very strong kid.
Yeah.
And that's how, maybe whoever was involved in this had realized if the other 2 people, I'm not going to let that go. The 2 to 3 people were involved in this, if not more. And that somebody was upstairs handling the situation upstairs. Somebody was handling this situation. The people upstairs were done and said, we got to go. We got to go. We got to go. And that's why that door was shut like that, maybe. And then if he was in front of the door, maybe he had fallen down and dropped down in front of that door, possibly. Maybe somebody checked it, or maybe on the way out the door, they couldn't get the door and they didn't have time to go back. In 9 minutes, you didn't have time. So maybe that's what happened with that situation, but I do feel that Ethan and Xana both fought for their lives, 1,000%. As I feel that Kaylee probably did too. I feel like Maddie may not have had an option or a chance to do that, okay? But the other 3, I feel like they probably fought for their lives. I pray that they did, and I hope they got some good hits in on these people. But we don't know because we haven't seen these people, so we don't know. We never have seen who I think is involved.
Well, and another thing, Dago, nobody's brought up the fact of the car coming back at that morning at about 8 or something. Nobody even thought about maybe the other ones ran on foot and that car was coming back to get them from somewhere.
That's very possible. I feel like everybody was on foot, period. Okay. I don't think that there's a car involved in this at all. I think that the white Elantra, we haven't proven that the Brian was driving that Elantra in that area at that time yet. So if they can prove that, I want to know why he was there. I really do. If he's involved, then he needs to be prosecuted like everybody else does. But they need to make sure they have everybody and they have the right people. So
you just made a great point, though. Like, what if the girls did know what was going on and got the fuck out of there? Got out of there, and that could account for the time. And then in the morning, they were like, okay, like we have to go back.
Very possible. Very, very possible.
Yeah, and I still don't like the kids running or the people running behind that cop's footage. I don't.
Yeah.
Why were they running? If this is, and I don't understand why that night they were just everywhere looking for underage drinkers. Like, that should have been every night. And if you're going to look for underage drinkers, you would target the parties or the party houses because that's where they'll be coming from.
Right. Well, there was a football game that night, and I think they were paying extra special attention because of that. But you are correct. You are absolutely correct.
Did they ever rule out the ones that was sort of running?
That has never been spoken about yet. And that really bothers me, to be honest with you. They should have been paying just as much attention to them as they were the kids that they had stopped. Makes no sense to me.
And they were in a dark area.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, I can't get past the fact that they were sitting in the police car. They had these 3 guys standing in front of the car. There was another cop standing there, or whatever they were. And these people go running, jogging by. You couldn't stop them and said, "Hey, whoa, where are you going? What are you doing? Why are you running?" And just made them stand there and wait until they were done with these kids. They didn't even look at them. If they did, they didn't for very long, and it was like no big deal.
Mm.
These other guys were walking across the field and got stopped. Why are you not going to stop people that are running? That should have been something to alert to a problem right then and there. You know what I mean? That's always been a problem for me. Always.
Well, the time would be off, right?
Kind of, yeah. What are we
I
talking
still
about?
say it's, well, where they're running, I think that it was like, what I think it would have been too soon. It would have been the time that they first come out with, right? If it happened.
Yeah.
But then you have to go by Xana, if she did eat that DoorDash. You have to go by how the digestion of that and what time that's going on. So
Yeah.
if she did get the DoorDash and she ate, it was way after the runner. So it can't, I don't know.
By that
This
token,
is-
they should be able to tell about Kaylee as well because of the mac and cheese.
Yeah, the pasta she got at the grub truck.
Well, what they should do is do a liver test, okay? Liver temperature test. That's what the coroner should have done when she got there. Whether it was done or not, I don't know, because of all these other things that were done wrong. Clopenny, what are you speaking about here, my friend? Is there something I missed that I need to look at? And if so, what is it, my friend? Try to keep up. Good to see a lot of these new faces in here. Welcome to all of you. I don't see anything else that you've said, Clopenny.
Yeah, I couldn't find anything either. So that was my question when they said that they couldn't come up with a time of death. That, I was like, well, wouldn't they be able to do a liver temp test to get at least a roundabout time?
Now, does it matter if they've been dead 8 hours or unalived 8 hours? Can that liver test still be done and tell you?
And what if they were drinking heavily?
That's what that test was for. That's why they do those tests. Yeah. Drinking or no drinking, it'll still tell. It's based on the temperature of the liver, and it'll give you pretty close to a time of death on that. So,
right. So, like, if your body's 98.6 and they test your liver and it's 86 degrees, I mean,
yeah,
in a minute.
Yeah.
Right.
That's how they do that. But and again, we're not going to know that till we know what the autopsy test results were and stuff like that. So that's my curiosity. I really like to know that kind of stuff, to be honest with you. Time of death per coroner on the death certificate says 12 noon, yet she didn't go to the house till 5. Again, something that bothers me in a really bad way. The coroner, there's just something wrong with her, the scenario, the way she spoke out, things like that. I don't know what's going on with that scenario. I really would like to know that myself.
Didn't she say in the video that she had to wait because the officers everybody was in there doing their investigation? You can't do an investigation until you get a time of death. Why wouldn't she allow in no matter what?
Right. No, I agree.
But can I ask you guys, she is not a medical examiner, correct? There's a difference in some certain states. She pronounces the person dead, but she would not be performing the autopsy.
No, she's a coroner, right?
She's not the medical examiner, correct?
Okay, but they're not one and the same. I guess my question is, they're not one and the same necessarily. The coroner and the medical. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. I appreciate that so very much.
And also, I don't agree with the motive the police put out. I can't. This jealousy or this fascination with these girls.
No, I don't blame.
Because if he was if he was wanting one of these girls and he was wanting to do this, he would have taken her by herself in somewhere where he could do whatever he wanted to with her. I don't think he'd go in a house full of people and do this. I just don't. This was an anger. This was an angry killing. Unaliving. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm just kind of glad we all got past the incel thing.
Definitely. Welcome, Dre. How are you today? Thank you for joining us today. What can we do for you?
Hello.
How are you? Oh, are you there? Hello.
Hey, Dago, while there's a lull, I just came outside and my internet's kind of shoddy. So if I disappear, I want to thank you very much for having me. And I will be in the chat.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us today. What happened?
I don't know.
Why do I keep hearing swiper no swiping?
That's my kid.
Oh, okay. I'm like, what is going on? The Dora and yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why she's saying it, but
it's hilarious. Let me finish this. You can come back in, Dre, if you're having problems. Thank you, Bonnie Messick. I do appreciate you. It seems he didn't even know them. I agree. It was rage. I can agree with that too. Yep. Definitely.
Well, I would agree if this is anything that he was training to be an SK. Okay. I don't agree with, I'm fascinated with these girls and I'm jealous. I can't. I can't with that.
I understand. Thank you, Nicole, for joining us up here. I appreciate you so very much. I know that you're welcome at any time. Anytime. Oh, where's she? There she is. All right. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me, Dre?
Is she forgetting to turn on her mic at the start?
I'm not sure. She's up here. I just can't. I don't see a mic. Up and down she goes again. We'll get it figured out.
Maybe she heard us.
Right.
She has to allow the mic and the camera to come on.
Absolutely. Right. So
what do you think, Dago? What do you think the possibility of why?
Oh man, that question is that question is going to haunt me for the rest of my life. In this case, as far as why, you know, I think there was something personal that was said or done that provoked the anger of the people that did this. That's my opinion. Okay.
The person or people, you know.
Yes. Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right, let's try this again. Can you hear me, Dre?
Yes. Hi, it's Draw Latina.
There we go.
It's Draw. I had my microphone on mute. Duh. So that's why.
No worries. No worries. Thank you for joining us today. How are you?
I am well. Thank you for letting me come on for a few minutes.
Absolutely. That's what it's all about. What can we do for you? What would you like to have? What's your input for today?
Thank you for asking. So I'm a board certified family practitioner, and I practice cradle to the grave family medicine and psychiatry.
Gotcha.
And I have my own little channel, although I've gotten so disgusted with this case that I kind of backed off, to be honest with you, from doing anything. Let me just say that I'm just going to give you a couple of thoughts here from a medical perspective.
Absolutely.
First of all, from the day that this happened and the coroner came out, I immediately believed that what she had to say was extremely irregular. It made no sense to me.
I agree.
For her to say to look in the camera and say that the toxicology reports are not relevant is nonsensical and immediately put up a red flag for me. And I know that you're an EMT, so I know you understand these things. And then from the fact that let's overlook the 8 hours for now, and let's just say that 911 was called and you get that sort of CPR chain of care that happens.
Right.
I've never in my 30 years as a practicing physician, having gone to the ER, been involved in trauma stuff, whatever, been on call for 20 years of my life. We have, as medical professionals, exactly 15 minutes to call back the emergency room if we're called on call.
Right.
And if we don't, and one time I was out of range and I actually almost got written up by the hospital because it was 20 minutes before I called back. So there's this best practices law for essentially first responders, right? We have to respond within 15 minutes by telephone, and we were having to be there within 30 minutes to the emergency room if we were on call.
Right.
And I've dealt with police and fire people, believe me, the whole 9 yards for many years. It was very troubling, and another red flag went off to me. How is it that your chief and your lead now detective, Payne, were 4 hours delayed prior to coming on scene? That was another red flag. And I began to think something is not right in Kansas, so to speak.
Exactly. I agree. I agreed.
Okay, so then I'm just going to go through my quick little mental list. So then the next thing that bothered me was then we get the coroner, who is not the medical examiner, but she is an RN, and as you guys know, she's a defense attorney. But as an RN, I mean, she was giving information out that was discrepant. Like some of them they were all in their beds. There were just the way she described the wounds. You just don't do that until you have definitive information.
It almost, to me, after watching that secondary video, that almost sounds like she was script read. Okay?
Exactly. There you go. Yeah. Exactly. Yes. So then we go fast forward to, I believe it was the first Chief Fry presser. And I mean, I could have pulled apart, there are probably 15 strange and discrepant responses that he gives.
Yes, ma'am.
One of which was, of course, the whole thing was that the whole question when the reporter asked about being tied up, and there was this big sort of pause, and he didn't know what to say.
He had to think about it first.
He had to think about it. But what was most concerning to me was the slip up that he made. Gosh, I would love it someday. Maybe Evil CJ or you would be willing to go back and just hone in on that part of the presser. The way he described the girl, there were three things that stuck out to me. One is that with a 911 call, he paused, he stumbled, and then he said, there were people in the house. There were others in the house. And immediately I thought and then he made it clear that those others weren't Bethany or Dylan. And so from day one, I thought, well, who are those others? Is he talking about others like boyfriends or friends? Is he talking about others that were there during the night or others that arrived when they called? So right there, it was like, what? And then he said that initially, I believe he said that the two girls were in the basement. Then he, recanted and said what Bethany was Dylan was on the second floor, then to the basement. And I'm thinking, all right, if there's such a bloodbath that they claim without a cleanup, that they claim there wasn't, there's no way that Dylan could have made her way in the morning. Let's say she went up and got up and decided to go down. Or at some point, he claims she went down to the basement.
Yeah.
She would have had to have seen blood.
Mm-hmm.
So that is nonsensical to me. And let me just do my final thing. Let's see. And my final thing is, I want to know why and tell me if I'm wrong, but the probable cause and Chief Fry has stated that they're basing the time of the crime on the phone of Dylan and Bethany. Is that not right?
Yeah, I believe so. I do
So
believe so.
you're telling me that the two surviving victims, you are utilizing their phones as a point of departure for the time of the crime, which means, in parentheses, whether he wanted to tell us that or not, that means those two girls had to have communicated. They
Yes.
had to have known something
Yes.
went down, which then means that they were, legally responsible to have called 911.
Right.
If they weren't complicit at some level with this crime.
Right.
So the only last thing I want to say, there's so much more, but hey man, I don't want, I can't
No, I
hijack
get
your
it.
show.
I get it. You're all right. I get it.
But I'm going to say that this whole thing, it makes no sense from the PCA versus this very hearsay of Hunter having been called and having tried to push the door open. But let's go back to what Jules said, and let's say that indeed she saw some man leave clad in black, which a college student doesn't talk that way,
No, they don't.
maybe exiting, and then the next morning doesn't think to go upstairs, but then goes over to Xana's room and can't get the door open.
Mm-hmm.
To me, if indeed Ethan was against that door, first of all, I doubt that they would have the egress of the perpetrator would have been through the window. I just don't think that's what happened.
No, I don't
In my mind, and what I've pondered for the past 6-7 months as a physician is, I have this idea. This is not based on medical science. This is based on my experience, right?
Yes.
That Ethan may indeed have been mortally wounded, but able to try to get up to help Xana. Maybe he was the one truly that said, I can help you. And then he tried to make it to the door and he collapsed. And at some point he expired.
Yes.
And here's my thing that makes me really irked as a parent of 2 college-age daughters.
Yes.
And as a physician and as a human being.
Yes, ma'am.
Is absolutely. That you have somebody that went thump on the floor and collapsed. And in medicine, we call it the golden hour, the trauma golden hour. You have 60 minutes from the time a person experiences or sustains a trauma. There's that magic golden hour where you have the best opportunity to revive them and to save their life.
Yes, ma'am.
And to me, in my mind, this is the emotional side of me speaking, I'm thinking that you have a mortally wounded young man, and on the opposite side of the door, within 10 feet, a very capable young woman, allegedly, this is what she's saying, present, that could have dialed 911 and possibly could have saved this young man's life.
That has what has been eating me alive, I'll be honest with you, for months. I have thought about that time and time again. That a lot of what we're going through right now could have been completely avoided if that call would have been made immediately, because as we know, there were officers of some sort right there in that region, that vicinity, that could have responded within seconds, not minutes, but seconds, and that people would have been caught or could have been caught, and that these victims possibly could have been, as you just stated, received medical attention very quickly, and in some senses could have survived. That has been eating me from the inside out. Okay.
Can I ask a very pertinent question?
Oh, hi. Is that Sergeant?
It is Sergeant.
I love you. Let me tell you, you remind me of
do you remember no praise.
No, wait, I have to ask you something real quick. Do you remember, this is going back years, and I think you might be in my age group, the two brothers that were on NPR,
I'll be right back, folks.
the car, I forget what it's called, Car Stories or whatever. They were 2 Italian American brothers that used to talk every Saturday morning about fixing cars. Do you remember that or no?
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, your voice reminds me of them. I just thought I'd let you know, and I love them. All right.
Here's a question I have for the chat room and everybody in this room.
Okay.
Is it true that there was access to the bathroom from both the bedroom and the hallway?
That I don't know.
I think it's an access from, if I'm not mistaken, you'll have to go back and look at some video that they go in. They show the rental, when they were trying to rent. I think it's Kaylee's. I think they shared, or there was one bathroom that shared that can go in and out of the bathroom to a room.
A Jack and Jill.
So it wasn't Zena's room.
Right, like a Jack and
Jill. Sarge, I don't know. I know one of the bathrooms you could go into the bathroom.
All right, cool. That's why. You're asking my question again. That's what I just said. Does anybody know if there's access from both her bedroom and the hallway to that bathroom?
I don't think so. Not with Zena.
She was in a doorway in a bathroom. Listen, they also have mentioned, or people have said, she was in a doorway in a bathroom. So my question is obvious, right?
Yeah.
It has to be Xana's.
Is there a door that leads from Xana's room to the bathroom that's adjacent to the bedroom?
I think it had to be
floor plan, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But somebody mentioned earlier that there was. So that's why I think it's a very valid question to ask.
Yeah.
And so we could just toss it in the garbage or pay attention to it.
Well,
I don't think Xana's was. I think it was one of the rooms upstairs. Like Green Eye said, I'm pretty sure it was Kaylee.
No access.
What was the question?
Like a Jack and Jill bathroom.
Yeah, did Xana's room have access to the hallway bathroom adjacent to her room? Or was there only access from the hallway into the bathroom? That was my question.
My God, I don't remember. I think Xana's room did have access to a bathroom.
If it did from the inside, then they could both be in front of doors. She could have been found in the doorway in the bathroom. He could have been found behind the door. You understand?
Yeah.
Then you could have both, and it makes sense. But if there was no access to the bathroom from her room, then that's the idea. She was found in a doorway in the bathroom is false, because that would have placed her outside of her room in plain sight.
Yeah, I think the entire narrative on the PCA, and this is just speculation, I think the entire narrative is fantastical and is not real. It's a completely made up story.
I don't think it's made up. I think it's actually some it's choreographed by Mr. Payne or whoever that.
Yes, it's pieces of truth. Let's put it that way. There are pieces of truth
in it, but he put together this outlandish idea that this guy is the only guy that could have done it. And now people in the chat room, look, that's all I want to do, folks. Give you a question. If you know the answer, then we could skip all of this stuff about where the bodies were. She clearly was in the room. The Drunk Turkey show himself had talks with people that know. They pushed the door open. Is it possible that that bed and poor Nathan were together? In other words, Ethan was jammed between the bed and the door. Could be. There's a million. See, we could get into all, but it doesn't matter. We do know the door had to be forced open. A guy came over. Here's another question I really wanted to ask him. Are we positive that she called him to come help her? And is it true, in fact, that her phone was used to call the police by him?
See, that we don't know.
And
I think Drunk Turkey knows.
Oh,
that misconception was talked about. That the way it was stated was that she dialed the phone and handed it to him. He didn't do it.
But okay, so it doesn't. So here's the what matters here is, did she contact that young man to come help her? Is that a fact?
Right now, we know. Sorry.
I was going to say, I think Daniel stated that is what he was told.
Okay, so let's accept that. So she did call him, and then it was her phone that was used, regardless of how it was used. It was used by the same gentleman that she had brought over or requested help from. So, as others have pointed out, it's very problematic she didn't seek help upstairs or downstairs. The other thing that's very problematic is, this is the only human being in the world that was awake before, during, after, post, and ever since the crime was committed. They also found the victims, and they also were in an effort to retrieve the victims or bring the victims to light. So this person is so deeply involved in this crime, whether they're a perpetrator or a participant is highly likely.
Who are you saying this person?
Dana or Dylan.
Dylan, yeah.
It's highly unlikely she has nothing to do with this. And if she does,
very much so. Yeah, you're correct.
Extraordinary coincidence beyond all coincidences ever. Right.
I wanted to mention something because a day ago, I was listening. I listen every day, and I listened a couple times to people asking about Hunter, the guy with the puka shell. Remember?
Yeah.
And one thing I wanted to tell you, I never belonged to a sorority, but my daughter didn't either. But she had a lot of sorority friends, and I have a lot of patients that are in fraternities and sororities. So I know the inside scoop of, in general. I'm not saying necessarily, but I'm going to tell you. And I said this on my little sorority thing I did on my channel. The sororities have what they call handlers.
Yeah.
And those are frat boys that are 21 years of age or older who are assigned to the different sororities. And when they have parties, these handlers are the ones that are told to go to the door if the police show up.
Yes.
And that this is according to like my patients, my daughters told me this, that they're told they can't call the police. They have to go through the handler. So to me, that's why every time that those police were there, that guy with the puka shells, which I think was Hunter, was at the front door. He was at the back door with Kaylee, and now Dylan's saying she called Hunter. Now, whether she did it, but I think it's because he's a handler, not in a criminal way, but in your Greek system way.
No, I know.
You know, so
well, let me ask you real quick, Drop, if I can, because a couple people, including myself, wanted to know this. What is your take on the fact that Ethan had a second autopsy?
Well, it is not necessarily that unusual that a patient's family will ask for a second opinion, right? But it happens when there is either discrepancy or there is concern that there may not have been a thorough autopsy. And I mean, I followed the Kylie Rodney case and reviewed ad nauseum her autopsy on many channels. And that was the most cursory freaking autopsy I've ever. It was like a cut and paste, and there was no evidence. They missed all the sort of stigmata of drowning. They didn't even touch on them. So my thing is, I'm not surprised that Ethan's mother and father asked for that. And I'll take you right back to the first thing I said. And that is when that coroner looked straight into the camera, as you said, Dago, with her scripted response, and just said it's irrelevant what the toxicology. Right there, as a parent and as a doctor, I'm going to tell you right there, I would have said, something's going on here. I don't trust them. And I would have gotten a second autopsy.
Very great points.
And have we seen the autopsies yet? I don't think so, right?
No. Dago, you're muted.
No, we're not going to. I don't believe, and not with the toxicology as well. If we do see it, it's going to be in the trial.
Right.
And that's just how that is, sadly. But it is very interesting. I do agree with you on what your statement was. I feel the same exact way. And yes, when she did say that, I immediately was like, wow, okay, something's wrong with this. That's completely not right. So
I mean, I've never, ever in my 30 years, ever not seen an autopsy, ever not with a tox screen. And in the ER, when I was attending in the ER, that's like one of the first things. Somebody comes in DOA, drowning, anything.
Especially something this extreme. You would imagine that the tox screen is going to be of the utmost importance to find out what went on that night in their system, you know, what they have in their systems that may have pertained to this. You know what I mean?
Because for all you know, the other thing is, for all you know, the other thing in my mind is that, let's say this, I mean, there was drips of blood, yes, coming down on the outside foundation, but one possibility of the reason there was really no traces of blood and footprints outside, there are many possibilities, but one is that they all were given something and they all OD'd, right? They die. As soon as you die, your heart stops pumping. Then they could stab the people like a stage stabbing, and you're not going to get them bleeding out because the heart's not pumping.
Yes, that has been talked about quite a bit.
You see?
Wow.
So there's a lot of possibilities here, guys.
That's interesting.
If you ever watched any other cases, CJ, I don't know if you saw that. We talked about that quite a while ago. If a person is deceased before they are cut into, there's not going to be any spray. There's not going to be any kind of, like, you know, as you would see in movies, all that.
Right. Yeah.
Spring, because the heart's not pumping. That's where that comes from. Yeah.
Right.
I think, guys, last thing I'm going to say is, this is my opinion. I think there was a massive cleanup. I think this is multifaceted, multi-layered, more than one agency or group of people involved in this crime. And I think these perpetrators, in my opinion, and their helpers, their cleanup people, were in the house cleaning up during those 8 hours. That's my opinion. Because think about it, guys. If Bethany and Hunter really were in that house and were in, even if they opened the door a bit and there was blood supposedly all over the place, why were there no their tracks outside the door where they were waiting?
Exactly. That's a huge issue right there. There should have been marks everywhere, tracks everywhere.
Yep.
But
I have a question. How do we know that there was a second autopsy?
Because it was put into the
one of the already reported.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I mean, what about this?
I asked, I missed it.
What about this too? Like, there is no evidence of where the exit took place.
Exactly.
So who's to say? I brought this up. Like, who's to say that the person didn't leave from the window onto that small roof? I was showing a picture. If you have one, Dago, that roof ain't very tall from.
But
where
then
the
there would have
parking
been
lot
blood
is.
prints.
Plus, there's a ladder over there.
That's true, but
I'm
there would
saying,
have been.
but even if there's no spray, like you guys are talking about, right?
Oh, yes,
right.
There is no evidence of where they left.
That is
where they exited.
Well, you gotta also look at this.
So how did that body get like that?
Right. No, I understand what you're saying.
Here's another option. I don't know if anybody's thought, if the two roommates are involved and this was all planned out and there was multiple people in there, right? If they took a shower, bleached the tub or the shower, nobody would know. And then they changed their clothes. Like I always said, there had to be a change of clothes.
Yep.
Because they couldn't have walked out. Right. There had to be.
It's endless. It really is.
Because there's going to be stuff on your shoes. And even if there's not stuff on your shoes, when they did Illuminol, you can see all the footprints.
Plus, it was a size 9, like Kaylin put in.
It's
a size 9.
Right. Is probably
it's a size 9.
Yeah. Gerard, real quick, somebody had asked me what your thoughts on the timeline were.
Oh, okay. So Dago, I sent you I know you're super duper busy, but about a week or so ago, I sent you that brief video about the band field, that night at the band field. I can't think of the name of the creator, but that person I think is a defense attorney, I think. Okay. And he or she, I don't, because they are anonymous. They never talk in any of their videos, but they did a beautiful sort of step-by-step showing that this is, of course, just a theory, but those undercover officers, which even other officers were there, didn't even know who they were. They're like, we're undercover. We have like hybrids now or something. They showed a step-by-step of how this channel creator believes, and it was very credible to me, how these officers that were undercover were actually there as like smoke screens, or I don't know what you want to call it, but as distraction. And then they timelined everything and said, look, here's car number 1 coming in at this time. It was a white car. And then it's on the black car left, that big sort of big, I don't know, pickup truck kind of thing, black truck. This content creator said they thought that those were the murderers, and that the people in the white car were the people that were the cleanup crew. I think I honestly think, I mean, I got to be careful, but I think this is diabolical what happened. And I think, given the fact that there were already 30 plus FBI agents in Moscow prior to the crime, I don't know if y'all know that, but they were staying at one of the dorms on campus. I am convinced that there was a parallel investigation by the feds going on. And
yeah, we had talked about that.
Yeah.
in some detail, actually. So yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, and I think that there's some sort of major drug ring going on, whether it's cartel or not, whether police, whatever. But I just think that whole presence of these quote quote undercover cops that took freaking 45 minutes asking these boys that were underage, have you had it was seemed so staged, and if you look with this content creator that I sent you, as soon as that black car goes by, one of the police officers does a motion on his neck as in we're done. And then he goes, okay, guys, you guys can go now. I know it seems really weird that we stopped you. And it seems really weird that we're like worried about alcohol and weird that we're not in uniform. But, these things happen. It's bizarre.
Definitely.
Well, you make a lot of sense, Doctor, that, you go back to how the girls were treated by the officers that come to that house. And it makes me think maybe some of them, maybe all four of them, might have been saying something about some crooked cops.
Or drug trafficking. I don't know, but I just have had experiences in my own life in the community. One of the communities I served for many years in a different state, where there was quite a bit of drug trafficking, familial trafficking of children that were being rented out because their parents were drug addicts. The stuff that I've seen is not to be believed. And I've also, sadly, in my life, in different decades, now I've been 30 years, so I'm trying to be very general so I don't get myself in trouble here, so nobody can identify which police department I'm talking about. But I mean, I had one DA call me, and the community I was serving many years ago, he said, you know what, the 14-year-old is pregnant by a 32-year-old guy. It's nothing we're going to push, because we use 38 as our cutoff, 38-year-old guys, because this whole community is knocking up these little girls. I was shocked. I was like, what? You're not going to prosecute this 32-year-old man? He's like, no, that's our unwritten policy. So, there's just, I know that the cops and the prosecutors are supposed to defend and serve and all this, but I've just been on the seedy backside of things, and it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking.
Can I ask a question before I jump off for you, Dago? Get your ass back to the microphone, boy. What up, CJ?
What's up, buddy?
If you had a Slurpee lately, come on, you can tell me.
Nope, I ain't been in one of those ever. Not yet. I'll let you know. I'll take a picture when I do, though.
If you do, yeah, do.
I will look for one on my travels. Trust me.
CJ, where do you live that you don't know what a 7-Eleven? You don't have one.
Indiana, Ohio area.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We don't have them around here at all.
Nope, they all went out of business a long time ago.
Oh,
they changed them over to convenience stores, is what they did.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
If you
still working on that T-shirt, though. I'll let you know.
Dago, have you had a chance to talk to Rory, and is he going to put in any effort to check on the school?
He is. He actually asked me how to get in touch with you, and we're trying to work him into the Discord scenario and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, he's looking at all that.
Do you have my phone number?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you could send that right to him. I don't have any
objections. I didn't know if you wanted me to do that. I was wanting to talk to you about
100%. Yep, I like talking to people.
All right, sounds good. I just like to be respectful of everybody's privacy first. That's all.
That's all I really want to ask. You all have yourselves a hell of a day. I'm going to go cook up a steak on the grill and some fries.
Always cooking steaks, man.
Yeah, but it must be that some kind of life that you can eat steak every other day.
Always cooking steaks.
Oh man, I love it.
Enjoy the beautiful day, man.
Porterhouse.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Mushrooms, portabella.
All right, you can leave now.
I can leave now before he bans me. I'll talk to you.
I don't want to hear no more about your steaks and your mushrooms that I can't have. Have a great
fries.
That wooden paddle.
Okay, bye, Sarge.
Thanks, Sarge. Appreciate you, brother, all the time. And Draw, thank you so very much for your
okay, yeah. There's a Circle K for sure, but never the 7-Eleven.
I'm gonna hop down. Thank you for being so patient with me. Running my series.
Anytime. I think everybody very much enjoyed listening to you, me as well, and I appreciate you. And you're welcome anytime I do these. You know that.
Well, thank you. And CJ, I hope that I can collaborate sometime.
Yes, I was trying to reach out to you by email, but I couldn't find one. So
I put it in the chat. I can put it in again.
Okay.
Yeah, put in the private chat. Probably be easier.
Let me put it in the private. Let me look at here.
Yeah, thank you. I
Chat.
appreciate that.
How do I do the private chat? Oh, yes.
There you go.
Got it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
We definitely appreciate your professionalism and your input and your info, and I appreciate that very much.
I really love your community.
We love having you here. That's an awesome. That's a fact. So, and I appreciate everything every one of you guys does, and any input you guys can put into this. So, thank you again, very, very much.
Okay, I'm gonna hop back into chat, guys and gals.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye.
Great job.
All right. And again, what is up, Mr. CJ? How are you, brother?
What's up, buddy? How's it going? I wanted to say congratulations on 5K, bro.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Very much. I appreciate that so very much.
Yeah.
So very much. There's a long road to get here, but I appreciate it.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Yes.
A lot of work. So, what is going on with you today, my friend?
I took a couple-day break and covering some other stuff, and I started to get back into it last night. It's like, holy crap, I missed out on so much with Sleuthy and Lana.
Oh, yeah.
Been catching up on... I'm sorry, what?
It only takes one day to miss something. I take 2 days off the weekend, I come back, and it's all hanging. It's like, okay.
Yep.
So, that's what
shows.
These are all.
And Crime Circus, too, had some interesting stuff as well.
Yeah, that was
very interesting stuff. But, yeah. So what's been going on, man? What were you getting into today?
I'm just doing what I do. I wasn't allowed to touch the computer for 2 days, although I did a little bit. I can't just not do it.
Right.
My family said, if we see you at the computer, we're taking you out. And I'm like, okay, whatever you say.
Yeah.
I told Mikey and Molly that I almost bet that they had you on lockdown.
They did.
Yeah.
I still snuck in here a couple times yesterday and Saturday just to do a little bit of my research and what I'm not and looking at different things. So I got to keep up with it somehow. You know how that goes. So
after they all go to bed.
Pretty much. Or they left for yesterday. They left for a little while, and I'm like, okay, guys, no, I don't want to go. Have a great day. Shut the door. Boom. There I come.
Yeah, it's some me time.
One of them times. That's how it works. Right. So, yeah, that's about it, though. And I'm just heading back on into this, looking at all the new stuff everybody's putting out and talking about. And that's why I said, all right, guys, it's open panel, open discussion. Let's talk about everything that went on over the weekend. And here we are.
Have you checked out that Crime Circus video from this morning?
We reviewed it earlier.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah,
wow, man.
Very, very interesting to say the least.
WSU PD was the one that possibly allegedly fired the fatal bullet. What the hell's up with that?
I don't know.
I went through all the old clips from the local news earlier this afternoon, whatever. And nothing since. So I went ahead and I gathered my old shows where I went through the whole BLK stuff back in December, and so I'm going to be checking those out because there is stuff that doesn't exist anymore, and so those shows are going to have it. So definitely checking out. It is interesting, that Crime Circus. He's always coming out with them bomb videos.
Oh yeah, he's always got some kind of interesting stuff. The way he approaches it. Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I had never seen it. Somebody came in and was like, Dago, can you look at this and look at that? And I'm like, yeah, sure. I didn't know what they were talking about. And I'm watching it and learning right along with everybody else. Like, wow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
a lot of stuff too. You had to take notes for sure. That's for sure.
Yes.
And Jules, thank you so much. I appreciate the videos too. Amazing stuff. Yeah,
always.
For real. Definitely appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Marietta, for the super sticker. I appreciate you once again, all of you guys, for all of that. Very much appreciated. Nicole says, wait, SWAT and PD are not the same. Another conflict. No, they're a separate entity. They may be the same basis, but they're separate entities. You know what I mean? Out of the same force per se. I don't know how to explain it that way, but yeah. If there is somebody that is in, I did know though. I did hear a while back that it was a WSU officer that has been on leave since that happened.
Even the old videos, they
yeah,
state that.
what I didn't know if he was part of SWAT, because they do have members of WSU PD that are part of SWAT, but I didn't know if he was part of SWAT or if he was just a separate officer that was not involved with SWAT. And that is where the question starts to come in now. You know what I mean? Because
why mention that it was a WSU PD if he was a part of that SWAT team?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you just say a member of the SWAT team? And
that's all you'd have to say. That definitely is what made me start asking questions. Yes. Yeah, he is off on a paid leave, and it has been since that happened. Why are you off for so long? I understand that when an officer fires his weapon, they go on leave. They have to be counseled, investigated, all that kind of stuff, because it's part of what protocol is. This has been since December, you guys, okay? It is, let me see, like 7 months it's been since that happened. Why is he still on paid administrative leave for that still? If he was doing his job, if he did everything he was supposed to do within his job constraints, what's going on with that and why? Do you know what I mean?
Could his family have a lawsuit?
I don't know. That we can't find anything. That's the problem. And I understand that if they want to keep things like that private, that's absolutely, I get that. Thank you, Stephanie, so very much. But it like, why is this officer off this long? Thank you very much again. And why has he not been talked about any more than he has? If that is what the scenario is, it's just very odd. The way everything is being handled and dealt with and worked upon is very strange stuff. I mean, I've seen multiple SWAT incidents happen in the area that I grew up in, right? Multiple. And the officer is off for like a week. As long as he did what he was supposed to do, they do their scenario, the protocol that they have to, and so on and so forth, and the officer's back to work. 7 months, there's something off with this. Something completely off, in my opinion. So, and of course, the more you dig, the less you find.
Especially with that one.
Yeah.
You can't find nothing.
Right. Salty.
They even took stuff away. So.
Right. Welcome, Salty. Thanks for joining us today, dear. How are you? And you're not here. Okay, then. Let's try that again. What was I going to say? Another gag order. I don't understand. Like, we've tried to FOIA that information from that whole episode, that whole incident, everything about that. You can't get nothing. Nothing at all. I'm surprised that the scanner info or the scanner traffic is still out there. And you really have to find it too.
Could they have filed something through the military and they're looking at it? Why everything is hush hush right now?
It could be. I don't know. I don't know what the protocol is in that scenario with the soldier. Okay, so I couldn't give you an answer on that one. Welcome, Salty. It's good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us today.
Hey, thank you.
Yes,
yeah, if you read the chat, there's from the beginning of today's show, I'm realizing how much information people are still confused on and what was said in the PCA versus what wasn't, what I heard, what I didn't hear. All roads lead back to some of the questions we have because all roads lead back to them, Dylan Kopaka. Yes, with the Kopaka thing, we can't rule it out because of some of the strange things that go on. And only thing I can honestly figure, if Brian knows him and knew he was involved somehow, some way, whatever their little scenario was, the guy's no longer with us. So he's not even here to defend himself or his actions. But whatever BK knows or has, I'm positive has been shared with Ann Taylor at this point, if that's the case. And so those things she may not even bring out until she's in court.
Very
and I say that because going back to the Casey Anthony trial, when they were in court and saying she did not do this, they never offered up a different killer. They offered up a different scenario, and this is what we think could have happened. Then it was up to the state to decide, are we going to pursue this after, you know what I mean? So that's where my mind keeps going back to. And I think if it's tied, this is why everything related to Kopaka is going to be hush hush and shut down, because also, the man can't hire an attorney to fight the charges or accusations.
Also, 3 things that just popped up. Kim did just say that Officer Boyd has been back to work since January, so that we know now. Mandy Joe says that Boyd was with the department since 2008, promoted to corporal in 16, promoted to sergeant in 22. He's a field training officer, patrol tactics instructor, and certified firearms instructor. He has been on SWAT team since 01, so it was a member of SWAT, also a member of WSUPD. And Joel says that this is still that, and this is what I don't understand with this one, that Kopaka incident is still an open investigation. Therefore, we're not going to get anything out of it. But why is it still an open investigation?
Exactly.
Good question.
Why? And my mind keeps going back to, is it because it's tied to the Kohberger case somehow? If we're going to get off on different theories, I like to roll with the ones that I actually got something that might back it up. You can tell me 1,000 times, 1,000 different names, could be, would be, should be involved. This could have been. I can't accept every other alternative theory because that's too much. They all didn't play out. Has to, how can we tie all of this to one theory? So I can kind of, in my mind, tie Kopaka to the theory. And the only reason I can, well, I got many reasons why, but I only feel like if it's still an open investigation after all this time, why is a good question? And is it because it's tied to this case somehow and they know it?
Very possible. That is the only thing that really does make sense. Guys, a lot of people are saying that he's alive. I do not believe that he is, folks.
I don't think
so.
No,
I'm not going down that rabbit hole of stuff. I can't. My brain will get too cluttered.
Out of respect for him as a deceased veteran, I'd appreciate keeping it that way and not going into these wild tyrants about it. At this point, at least, you're allowed to believe what you want to believe. I just don't want to voice it on the panel live like this because it can offend. I don't want to offend family members or things like that at this point. Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm not telling anybody to not feel any way that they do or think anything they do, but we have to go with what has been told to us out of respect for the family and for him himself at this point until something else is brought up. That's all I'm saying. So thank you guys for that. At the same time, I did look into that, and I can't find any truth to that either. So, there's no really any point to go into that one. I sadly do believe, unfortunately, that he is gone. And if he's not involved, it's a very, very sad situation, considering what he did do for our country. And if he is involved, it's still a sad situation. Okay. There's other options and other things that we've looked at and talked about with him as well. What is the whole protected person mean? That was something else I was curious about.
I had a person call in about that the other night. I actually need to go through my episodes. Excuse me. Mm-hmm. Somebody called in and they were talking about that. It has, I believe she said it has to do with PTSD and being a protected veteran.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I think that's what they were talking about when it came to a protected person, that they meant he was a protected veteran.
Right. Absolutely. That's the best thing that I could come up with as well. I didn't think there was anything more to it. But again, I want to believe that he's not involved because of who he was, but we can't control things, folks. So if it comes out down the road that he is, again, very sad situation, but that's when we're going to have to look into why and what was going on with that and what was the scenario behind that, so on and so forth, if we can ever get anything from that, because
I'm sorry, Dave, but like CJ just said, sometimes understanding what the words mean, just because it sounds, suspect, we can't run with it. Oh, they're hiding this or that.
Exactly.
Let's not, if we don't know, we don't know. So we need to listen to those who might know. And some things can have when I first start hearing the rumors and the what ifs and the theories, then I have to put my place out there. We had that discussion Saturday. Can something explain this? Like the body being behind the door. Can be explained 1,000 different ways. Whichever one your brain chooses to want to believe is the real question. But it can be very innocent, or it can be very damning. We know some really bad stuff went down, and I promise everybody in chat, I've watched all the questions. Dago has heard it all. There's not a lot we can bring to the table he has not already heard and has not been looked into, unless it's brand new. Somebody's down there digging, getting out a new name from the hat. At this point, that's what I'll call it. But it doesn't matter how far we scream to the rooftops, innocent, guilty, whatever. It doesn't matter. There's somebody sitting behind bars. It's gonna come out in court. Ann Taylor's not playing around, and everybody. And I keep seeing this house brought up over and over, sign the petition. Let me go ahead and say this, and I honestly believe this because court filings have been filed. They were filed back in, January, December, expired in February. The defense has not filed a new motion to keep that house in place. If Ann Taylor had a concern about that house being torn down as a part of this big cover-up, she's not about to let that shit happen, y'all.
And so far, the way she's acted about it is that she doesn't care if the house is up or down now at this point anyway. So that tells me.
So why are we making a big deal out of it if she's not?
Right. And that tells me that she's comfortable enough with what she has to not need that house. Okay.
Exactly.
That's quite interesting to me, guys, because you would think in a defense case that a defense attorney would want the scene to be very pertinent to the jury. Well, she doesn't seem to need that. That says something to me. That gives me a positive outlook on what she has going for that case. Okay. Because that would be probably one of the first things I would want to have there,
Well, they could have got that, Dago, they could have got that 360 camera in there.
That's what I think they did. And a
lot of people they definitely did. There's no doubt about it. They did do that. They went through, they did all the scans. I've done a lot of research on these 3D models and makeups and how they're attempting to use this in court in lieu of bringing jurors to scenes because of the time consuming, cost effective. If the trial gets moved to Boise, then we all got to load up and drive back. It's, it's a whole thing. And so they both have to be in agreement. This is not a decision by the university. It's not a decision by Moscow police chief. It's not a decision by Tom, Dick, and Harry next door. The court has made their say so, and the darn thing that filed expired in February. Now, if I missed a filing, somebody please go find it and let me know because I want to read it. But I've looked, and there's nothing else beyond that filed. So it tells me Ann's good with this house, so I'm going to be good with it.
It's crazy.
I agree. And here's the thing, folks. I feel like the house is probably just a bad memory at this point for a lot of different variations of people. The family wants it left up. At least some of the families do. Okay. And I think the college is probably trying to have it taken down as fast as they can because it's just, what the hell is that? A bad, I got it in my house. A bad look for the college in itself. So they're probably the ones that want it taken down. But I feel very comfortable in the fact that Ann has what she needs. Those 3D scans and all that stuff. Guys, that's the version of what we did on here was absolutely insane. Okay. But going into that house, I see, hold on, Gina. I'll explain that in a second, Gina. Going into that house, it's going to give you a bit of atmosphere per se, and maybe some smell, maybe some this, maybe some that. And maybe that could help in a sense. But I don't think that she's even worried about that at this point anymore, guys. I really don't think she's worried about that anymore, okay? Because I feel strong that she has a very strong backing to this case on her side of things, and that's my opinion.
That's crazy. That's crazy to think about.
Yeah. Definitely, it is. But
well, there's a lot to think about and consider, and the law at this point is being forgotten. And I understand the big deal over the DNA because it is a big deal. I'm a DoorDash driver. Don't you try to pin some murders on me just because I delivered food there the night before. Don't do it. You better have more. So this going forward, and I've said it and I'm going to keep saying it to the end of this trial, and then probably 10 years from now, this case is about to set precedents going forward. Whether BK's innocent or guilty, we're all going to benefit in ways from the laws that can be changed. There's not a lot of laws, guys, on this DNA evidence. Even the reverse genealogy, whatever you choose to call it, from wherever you get your source of information. It has been used in the past during investigative tools. This is not the first case. It has been brought into court before in other states. It depends on a state thing. It depends on a federal law. It depends on a lot of things. And literally the last three things Ann Taylor's fighting for in court, only a judge can approve. She can't call up the DA and say, hey, I need this, or, oh, sure, let me send it right over. It should work that way. But if it's by law, something they don't have to share, then she can't get it heard by the judge until she files a filing. And then, boy, that takes a minute for that court date to come around. So we got 2-3 months to speculate. Are they hiding something? And then she goes into court and says 3 times out of her mouth, I don't believe the state's hiding anything. But nobody's talking about that part.
Yeah.
And I get it. And I do not know if this guy's guilty or innocent. I'm 50-50 because there's nobody going to sway me. Not one YouTuber, not one tweeter. Nobody can make me believe right now in an innocent or guilt verdict. And I refuse to choose. I'm not going to do it.
You can't, because at this point, let me explain this first. Gina, what I had said was I looked into that, and I know a few other creators that looked into it pretty deeply. And I cannot find anything that even shows that. Everything points to the fact that he is deceased. I didn't, if it came out wrong, my apologies. I didn't say you can't think that or say that or whatever it is. What I wanted to say was that I think it's a waste of time looking into that personally, because I truly believe he is deceased. There's multiple things that point to that, different variations of it. But honey, if you want to do that, that's up to you. So what I said came off wrong, my deepest apologies on that. Okay. Because everybody has the right to their opinions, thoughts, and theories in here. Do what you want to do. I personally feel like it's a waste of time. It in some senses may be disrespectful to his family is what I was stating. So, but that doesn't mean you can't do that. I won't do that is what I mean. So my apologies if that came out wrong. But go back to what you guys were just saying. Yeah, I had another thought I was trying to put out there too, and I lost it. Sorry about that. Go ahead, guys.
I was just going to agree with Salty. Like I said, I'm at a 50-50. I can't say either or. I really can't. And I think nobody really can, because until we get it laid out on the table, we can all speculate he's innocent, he's guilty, but we can't until we see all the evidence. And we'll all find out while we follow this trial each day. I think we'll probably change our mind 100 times before we get everything.
Yeah, and it has happened. You're right. It has happened repeatedly.
Right, because you look at the Alex Murdaugh case, and that's where I go back, because I've never even knew, just learning from that case, that they could take your vehicle and your computer and they could get all kinds of stuff about you to the pinpoint.
Oh yeah.
You know, and then come to find out they had a video of him right before the murders with his kid and his wife. So we just really don't know everything they have, because nobody told us about the video. That wasn't even talked about.
Right.
And so we really don't know until we get all the evidence.
Yeah. Right. And people were saying, well, she wants the car info. She literally stood there in court and she said, I have everything on the car except the report from FBI when they changed the date they were looking for. Now, for whatever reason, God bless her, she wants that piece of information. Let her have it. And she can do what she will with it. But she said, I have everything on the car, meaning she's got every video they referenced to in that PCA by now. She has to have a fair defense. That's only right. Death penalty was taken off the table in Lori Vallow in Idaho after standing silent. All the same thing. Why was it taken off the table? Two things were cited. State did not turn over evidence in time when they were told to, and media coverage. So what are we doing? Same thing here.
And
this is not, and everybody, was shocked about this standing silent. Oh, this means something. Well, shit, Lori Vallow did the same thing, y'all, and that was a non-issue to everybody. Why is it an issue here?
Like you guys had stated just a little bit back, about the fact that, oh God, it just happened again. Every time I go to talk about something, I keep forgetting what I was going to say. She had stated that the prosecution she doesn't believe that they're hiding anything from. I don't either. I don't think it's prosecution. I think prosecution is turning things over as they're getting them. I think there's something else that is not turning in certain things to the prosecution.
It's the FBI stuff. It even says that in the court filings. It states that. And even I watched Sarah Azari come out, and Sarah said that she wasn't even aware. And this is a top defense attorney, and she doesn't mince her words, but she came out and she said, I did not know the FBI can force local law enforcement to sign an NDA, meaning they cannot talk about how we arrived where we arrived. That's our investigative secret tool. Bullshit, FBI, because we're about to change that. You see what I'm saying? So it's not the state hiding. So therefore, I'm not so sure that the entire town of Moscow and all their drug kingpins, first of all, I'm in Florida. No drug kingpin's going to send some half-ass washed college kids into a house to unalive 4 people and leave a bloody, messy scene. It's not going to happen. They're going to slip in the quiet, in the dark, do the deed, and they're gone. They're gone, people. They come to Florida, come F around and find out. But they're not going to do it the way that was played out. So we can take that, in my mind, I can take that off the table, unless they're low-level, dope-dealing little criminals who didn't know no damn better.
Right.
And I still don't think they'd go in there with a knife. They'd go in there with a gun, with a silencer, and it'd be over.
Exactly.
And they would not leave one person alive.
No, not under any circumstance.
Nope.
That's what my thought has been on that side of that, because it's quiet, quick, and clean. Boom, boom, boom. You're done. You're out. It's over. Walk away, and nobody knows anything. And that's what I have understood about this. If we're going to go in that direction, that's the way that should have been done, in my opinion. That's my opinion. Okay. Not saying that isn't what was done. For some reason, there was a personal aspect to this as well. And I believe that's where the way it was done came into effect. Okay.
Well, and I agree with you. And that's why, it's not some high profile drug kingpins. They're not going to do what was done in Idaho. If it was low-level college kids pissed off about the pills you just flushed down the toilet, and some weird girl who might have a mean girl thing complex going down, I don't know. Somebody went crazy in that house, and it was very personal at some point. How do you do a shakedown? Don't get that out of hand, y'all. Not when you got 4 mutilated people.
Somebody may have made a mistake too and gone too far in a sense, and that's why everything went down the way it did. Welcome, Annie, by the way. Good to have you.
So many possibilities, that's for sure.
There are multiple personnel or possibilities. There's definitely some rage behind this. Okay, in some sense, you have to see it that way, guys, because of how it was. So it's kind of rough, and it's hard to differentiate how to look at it. In a sense, we can look at it one way and then something else tells us that that's not right. We can look at it another way and something else says, well, that's not right either. So that's why everybody is struggling with this like they are, in my opinion, I should say, at least. So what can we do for you today, Miss Annie?
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Wonderful. How are you?
I'm great. Good
to hear.
I just wanted to chime in while you guys were talking about the IGG information. So I think one of the main problems that's going to be with the IGG has to do with the fact that this is the same evidence that they used to obtain an arrest warrant. So back in December, they claimed to already have this evidence in their possession. And now they apparently can't produce it. Now they're claiming that it was never turned over by the FBI and they don't have it. So, you know, we're going on 7 months and multiple supplemental requests for discovery for this specific evidence. And, you know, it's the same evidence you use to arrest this person.
Right.
So you can't claim 7 months ago that you had this evidence in your possession and use it for your arrest and then come back later and say, oh, sorry, kidding, we don't actually have it.
Right, right.
And it's evidence that's used to get people off.
Exactly, and that's what the whole point of I think going forward will matter, because right now they can do it and they've been doing it, right? Obviously, it's been going on. It did not just start with this case. That they're just getting called out for it now with this case. That's why it's
that's
important.
What I'd be interested to find out. I would be interested because I've been looking it up myself, and I can't really find any other cases where IgG findings were used in an arrest warrant.
Exactly.
Because nine times out of 10, IgG material is not even admissible in court anyway. And Cece Moore herself explained exactly why. It's usually not admissible in court. You know, so I'd be interested to find out exactly how many other cases where IgG was used to secure an arrest warrant of a suspect, because I can't find one. So if anybody knows one, I would love to look at that case.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if people haven't watched the CC Moore stuff, they should, because she's literally the person who invented this process. This isn't, you know, she only talks about it because this is what she invented. She did this, and she knows what its limitations are. So she's trying to be factual with people. It can be used as a tool, but how far can they take that tool? How far can they not show you the evidence of that tool method of getting there? So that's what will really make a difference going forward for anybody else in the future convicted or arrested on something like this. What are they even allowed to bring in for an arrest warrant? And you're right, because there's not, I mean, it can't be really brought into court because there's no, you know, theories about, it's just, you know, evidentiary tool, but how far can they go to use it in a PCA or an arrest warrant type thing? So it makes no sense for them to say, oh, we have it, like she said, then we don't have it. And then I've heard some of the experts say, well, when you do the upload, and I know this is true in a sense because I've done it on, I've never put my DNA on a database, but I have looked up Ancestry.com or whatever it is, and did like my dad's family tree, just with people's names. If I don't save it into my account to go back later, it's going to be gone. You know, I can't retrieve all of it. And that's what they're claiming they did.
Right.
I also think it's super interesting too. So, you know, there's the one aspect where 7 months ago, they claimed to have had this evidence and they used it to secure an arrest warrant. Now they're claiming they don't actually have it from the FBI. We're finding out that this kind of evidence is not typically used in court or to secure arrest warrants. And we also have a problem where there were other unknown male DNA sources found at the scene near the victims, and they did not have the same testing worked up and applied like they did to, you know, the touch DNA, the transfer DNA off the sheet. So the other DNA appears to be what would be either blood, spit, sweat, something like that. It's actual DNA. It's not transfer DNA. And seemingly the only thing that was done with this DNA was it was ran through CODIS, which is also what they did with the DNA off the sheet. So if as of November 17th, your law enforcement, you have 4 unknown male DNAs that you have found at the scene near victims, why didn't you do the same workup on all of those DNAs across the board rather than just targeting and singling out one and using that? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, because how did they know only BK's was going to match what was on that sheath to only do a workup on him. Why not the others, right? Because that makes, you know, I've tried to rationalize that in my head 1,000 ways. A lot of people in the house, lots of DNA everywhere. That's a given. That's not some bullshit made up. Is you can see through the windows. There was cups and bottles sitting around everywhere. There's DNA everywhere in that house. I'd like to know where those two unknown. We know where the one was, the glove outside. Where the other two had to be in close proximity to the bodies in some shape or form, or they may not have been mentioned, but where's the workup on these people to rule them out as the DNA that was on that sheath? At the time, y'all didn't know who the hell the sheath belonged to.
Right. And to not give that same effort to those other samples as
Right,
well.
right. That is a problem, right?
Well, that's kind of where I'm going with it. Like, how did they? I'm going to be interested to learn the state's response as to why law enforcement didn't do the exact same testing across the board for the, because, you know, I've heard people say the argument of like, oh, well, there were parties at that house all the time, DNA everywhere. Well, that's not what's being stated. They're not stating that they found 50 DNAs. They're stating that they found 3 specific to where next to where victims were located. So we have 1 outside in the glove, 2 inside. So it's not like they're saying, oh yeah, we recovered like, you know, 50, 60 multiple DNA sources near victims. They're singling out these ones specifically, which tells me they had to have been, this is DNA that you will have to explain how it ended up near a victim at a crime scene. This isn't just some random, it's not random DNA on a beer bottle.
No.
Do you get what I'm saying?
And where it was and where they found it and so on and so forth. That should be explained. I agree with that. Daniel says just because it's not in there doesn't mean that they didn't. In the Delphi case, Klein was investigated and not brought up once in the Allen paperwork. Why wouldn't Koberger be different? That's Daniel's comment there, and thank you, Daniel, for that.
Just because what's not in where.
I get what he's saying, and I'll just say this: I don't get involved in all this community drama stuff. I like drunk turkey stuff as well, and I love Dago stuff. Everybody can bring a unique perspective, and some people are just more calm. I can be real calm at times, and not so much the next time, but. So I get where Daniel's going with that, and I've thought about all of that. Did they do workups on these people? And when they did, Koberger's was the only one that came back to the sheath. Okay, that excludes these other 2 guys now, but you still should have a paper trail of something that's showing that you at least looked at it.
I think they should have to explain who they are, and this is my opinion. Being that Brian's name has been brought into this, I think they should still have to put the names out there of who those people are. Now, and I know this keeps getting talked about, people are probably sick of hearing about it. If it would affect the integrity of the case, yes, I can see how they could hold that back. But I still think that, and I'm surprised that the defense has not fully requested that at this point, and I'm not sure that they're not going to, but go ahead.
The defense has requested it, so that's kind of where I'm going with this.
What I mean is, like, I'm surprised that she's not like really making a big deal about it, as in she did with some other things,
like the house.
Well, I mean, the whole issue with the DNA, the defense themselves are alleging that the discovery that was turned over did not provide anything as to how law enforcement excluded the 3 other unique unknown male DNAs found at the crime scene. So it's not just, you know, people wildly speculating that this information wasn't included. The defense is asserting that it is not in discovery.
Well, and then and then this is what I may have misspoke that too. I'm sorry, but and Daniel's saying again, what I'm saying is it's very possible they did do DNA workup and the others had an alibi or something that rules them out. Klein was very much suspect. Here's the thing, though.
Right, but that's
if the other 3 or 2, whatever we want to go with this one. I'll just say 3 male DNA profiles. Wouldn't she have excluded that and not brought it up if there was something that already had them alibied? In my opinion.
Well, that's kind of the point I'm getting at. Her document clearly states that these 3 unknowns. There was no evidence submitted from the state as to how these 3 unknowns were excluded.
Yeah, right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I guess I wasn't putting it out there right. My apologies.
No, I just wanted to answer what Daniel was saying simply because that's exactly what the defense is asserting. The defense is asserting that in this discovery that was turned over, there's no proof from law enforcement at all as to how these 3 were excluded. The only thing that's mentioned is that they were ran through CODIS and no match came back. So at that point, if you're running 4 unknown DNAs through CODIS and none of them are giving you a hit, and you're going to apply the IgG method to 1, you should apply the IgG method to all 4.
That's
for
correct.
exclusionary purposes.
I agree. I do
well,
agree.
The problem too is that they let everybody go home. I think this was planned because it was the timing that everybody was leaving to go home for the holidays.
Right.
This was planned way ahead of time. This wasn't, oh, I'm mad and I'm just going to go off on all these people in this house, right? This wasn't that. The timing, where and who was all planned. Maybe not Ethan, because Ethan wasn't supposed to be there.
Yeah.
But I don't know. But I think they really messed up, and instead of getting everybody to say, stay here until we finish our investigation, but everybody just left. So we really don't know whose DNA that is and who just left and never come back.
That was the first ball drop, in my opinion. That they did not lock this entire scene down, and anybody, and I mean anybody that was there that's not law enforcement, was not detained, questioned, swabbed, any of that. We've talked about that before. That was the first big mistake with this entire case.
Big, huge.
It was huge. And you've got to think too, these, I don't even know, with all the sketchiness of the delays, we all know about all that weirdness, and the crazy phone call to 911, and it finally occurred, and then they get there and there's several people that they didn't even know what they were walking into, and once they did, I'm not sure they knew how to handle it, that they thought in their mind, this is going to be so big, we're not going to be able to contain it here in a minute. And shit just went south, and they're like, well, we don't even know what the hell to say or do. And it made themselves look very stupid. It made Dylan look very stupid. It's caused us many of questions and concerns. And I think a lot of that was brought on by themselves, not wanting to come out and clarify some of the simplest things. People still want to argue today about whether or not DoorDash was cleared or not. Could it be BK or not the DoorDash? I'm going to go ahead and tell y'all, DoorDash knows who that driver was that night. I don't care if it was Emma Bailey, BK, the guy from down the road. It does not matter. It doesn't matter to me what phone was used to place that order. DoorDash knows what device, what account placed that order, what account paid for that order, what driver delivered that order. And then I was told, well, Emma, she called up DoorDash that night and requested that driver. I'm a DoorDash driver. You cannot request me. I don't give a shit how much you love me, how 5 stars you give me. You cannot call and request me. And I have to decline every order until I see yours pop up. And then even when yours pops up, I don't know your name and I don't know your address until I accept that delivery and then click, I got my delivery picked up from the restaurant. Now where do I go? Then your name and your address shows up on that app. And if BK was the DoorDash driver and he's innocent and he went over there and dropped off his last order for the night, pulled out of the driveway, hit end dash. DoorDash cannot track you beyond that. They're not supposed to. I get the government's watching me shit. But no, DoorDash can't track you beyond that point. So the DoorDash warrant was served very early on. So they know. And what if it wasn't nothing to do with BK? What if this random DoorDash driver was actually the person that went in there? And law enforcement's pretty good idea this could be the person, but they can't prove it. They're still watching that person. So we don't know. There's so much that we don't know. There's so many things that can actually be explained, but if it doesn't fit the narrative in the moment, it's not going to be accepted, regardless if it's fact or not.
Has anybody looked at this Jack in the Box thing? open 24/7 there in Pullman. Wasn't it in Pullman?
What, the restaurant, the Jack in the
Yeah,
Box?
yeah. Does
We
he
don't
stay
even
open
know.
24
Okay, here's
hours?
the thing about Jack in the Box. Xana's friends went on TV and said Xana ordered DoorDash all hours of the night. That was Xana. It was nothing out of the ordinary. We don't know that Jack in the Box bag was from that DoorDash delivery. We assume that it was because we see a picture of it. But the kitchen wasn't clean. Y'all can say what you want. It was a messy little college house. I don't know that's the DoorDash bag. I don't know that they went to Jack in the Box that night. And I'll tell you something else. DoorDash is not going to call Jack in the Box and say, hey, don't give that guy any more deliveries. We fired him because he eats the food. It don't work like that. The guy, the driver had to literally go tell his friends at Jack in the Box, I'm not driving no more. They won't send me any deliveries. I'm getting poor customer ratings because I'm eating their food. There's so common sense has to play a part. And I'm not saying BK did it. He went in there, snuck in. He's a great college student. He knows all this shit. Boom. No. Not saying that. But we got to apply common sense at some point.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Well, I think too, we're going to learn. We have a lot of information actually right in front of us. And there's not really need to think about like why or whatever. These documents are telling us what we're getting out of the defense and what they're asserting and what they're alleging is really, it gleans a much different picture than what we've been told from the beginning. And, when you
also have to look at the defense is going to do that. Every defense does. They're going to go after the cops. They're going to go after the scene. They're going to go after everything they did wrong. That is defense. That's what they did. They did that in Alex's case.
Yes.
That doesn't
job.
mean the prosecution hasn't that they don't have a tight case. It's what the defense does. Period.
No, I completely understand that. What the point that I was trying to get at here is that we haven't been given any information because there's a gag order.
Correct.
So a lot of the information that we are getting is coming out in these documents. And when you read through them and you read through the documents, what the defense is asserting regarding DNA evidence, what was used to arrest Brian, the things that are going on with Bethany being an exculpatory witness, and then you pair that up with what we were told by law enforcement, and you look at the warrants, and you look at the things that were being requested. What we're learning now is that according to the defense, the discovery that has been turned over does not paint a clear picture of any connection between Brian and these victims. It does not show, there's a huge lack of DNA evidence connecting him to the crime, whereas there are multiple other unknown male at the crime scene near victims. Do you get what I'm saying? So I
think as for a death penalty case, they're going to need more. They're going to need footage of him leaving that house. They're going to need footage of some camera catching him somehow.
Well,
because I don't see anybody putting this man to death without more. I just don't.
On the prosecution's eyes, they may think they do have enough. They probably think they do. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean they will.
That's why I can't. That exactly right there is the reason why I haven't been able to wholeheartedly say I think Brian Koberger did this. That's the only reason why. Right there.
Well, if I was a jury, I would say you need to show me more, because I'm going to have to make a judgment call on taking somebody's life.
Yes.
I mean, I think a jury is not just going to say, hang him. I think they're going to be like, no, this is a death penalty case. Yep. And you're going to have to show me exactly. And I think that's why they took the death penalty off Alex, because they didn't have footage. They might have had all the evidence that they needed to be there, but no jury is going to put him to death because they didn't see him shoot them.
Right.
His family.
Right. Yeah, and there was something to do with the South Carolina. I mean, that's because you have to consider your states and the different laws and and there's probably a very specific reason that it was taken off the table at some point. Casey Anthony had the death penalty. JLR made this big tweet about no one's ever beat a conviction, that did all this. Well, Casey Anthony did, dude. And she's the most hated woman in America. In the 2 years that it took to get to trial, everybody, the media, everybody convicted this woman. I'm not going to give my personal opinion either damn way. The fact is, the law says, considering the evidence, she's not guilty. And she walked out of court a free woman. And she still can't live a normal life. Does she deserve to? Not up to me. That's between her and Jesus, if you believe. But you know, people are going to have to kind of put their faith in the system some, and that's Ann Taylor's job is to defend him to the best of her ability,
Correct.
whether he's innocent or guilty. And as a defense attorney, you already know most of your clients are probably going to be a little guilty of something. So your best defense is to get the lesser amount of charges. You know what I'm saying? Make some of it disappear, whatever I can do. And
I think that's also why they added that burglary charge to him as well, because I felt that they may have had doubt in their own case, prosecution in a sense, based on this, and added that burglary charge to try to keep him with.
So
I know it's a minimal charge, but I think it was just something extra to kind of have.
Well, apparently, according to Idaho code, the law, if you enter a home and you commit a crime, you were committing burglary. Because I was like, burglary. You know, I'm in Florida. I'm like, okay, I need to know what each specific charge is for before I, can anything. So I'm like, burglary. What did he do? Did he take underwear? Did he steal the golf club? Did he? I don't know what's going on here. And then I started researching and asking questions, and that was my conclusion as to the explanation. But who the hell knows?
If you're not invited into the home, they can automatically do that. I just felt that was, if you have a quadruple homicide charge, I think that should be strong enough. If you have a strong enough case to not worry about anything, that should overtake the burglary charge in a sense.
Right.
But I think they just wanted to make sure that they could get him on everything and anything they can, so they just threw it all in there. You know what I mean? That's my opinion.
Yeah,
I may be wrong.
We should keep in mind too, now that the grand jury was convened and they got the grand jury indictment, this also puts a heavier burden of proof on the state. So
and they've worked out their grand jury issues.
I saw that.
She even stated in the very beginning of the last hearing that they had done just that. I was told I was wrong about that, but that's besides the point. I know what I heard the woman say. My ears are pretty good. So then in the documents, I've put them together and highlighted them. They have worked some of this stuff out, whether we want to believe they have or not. And like I said, when it came to that grand jury stuff, literally what the parts that she was asking for, she wasn't required to have by law, and Ann Taylor knew it, but she's about to push that law to its limit and see if they'll bite, and they did. She's getting some of what she wanted from grand jury. She ordinarily wouldn't have got, but it's going to be sealed. And I'm good with that, because I testified before a grand jury at 17 years old. And let me tell you, what I said in there is not the general public's business. But if they used it to convict me, you need to tell me how and why you concluded. And she's getting all of that. You know what I mean?
Well, she's getting a preview of the prosecution's case is pretty much what she's getting.
She's getting all full transcript.
Which is smart.
She's not privy to what their deliberations were, right? But she has to, by law, she will get the entire transcript, including the questions. And she specifically went after, what I was reading last night, there is something in the grand jury transcript that she wants to be able to produce in front of a witness who testified at the grand jury. Who do we think those witnesses that testified at the grand jury were? There's only 2 alive that lived in that house left.
Yep.
So
it could be
Bethany, we're back to Bethany, right? We didn't even want to do all that. We wanted to talk to Bethany, and now all of a sudden, no prelim, but we got this grand jury. Now Ann's is like, okay, now let me see Bethany's testimony to the grand jury.
Well, if the same 3 officers testified at the grand jury are the same 3 officers that she's requesting all of these training records and information on, probably.
She knows what she's doing. We have to pay attention to what she says.
Daniel had posted again that that's not true. Felony burglary is a high felony. It's an enhancement. Okay, so that I was not 100% on, and that now I am. So And in this incident, I think they are charging the burglary excuse me, is referencing the premeditation. In order to get the DP, they probably have to check a couple boxes, and breaking in to commit murder, maybe one. Okay. Thank you,
Yeah.
Dave. That makes sense. That does make more
Yeah,
sense than what
it does.
Absolutely.
That's
Guys,
why some of this legal wording can, just be much ado about nothing sometimes.
verbiage is very important. Language is very important,
Yep.
as I've been saying with a lot of this stuff. So it is definitely important. And if we're not informed correctly and we think one thing, as I've done multiple times, I try to find the truth behind it. Thank God, for certain things and things that Jules has shown and Daniel has shown and things like that. It does give us the truth and the outlook on it that we're looking for to understand certain things. So that's very appreciated. I do appreciate that.
Well, I'll tell you what, it needs to be more appreciated in this space going forward is when something is presented to the communities, it needs to be presented as what it is.
Right.
I don't care which side you go for,
right,
where you lean, but when you put up a sensationalized headline yourself,
yes,
and then I go watch or listen, and I'm like, well, shit, I heard this 6 months ago. I heard this too. And that's not even right anymore. It's like, and now you're complaining because everybody else is doing it, but I'm watching you do it. Stop with the sensationalism. I'm turned off by it. There's certain things I will not even view anymore simply because of a headline. And I don't need, somebody dressed in makeup to tell me to think about Kopaka. I've been thinking about it for a long time, dude.
Yep.
I think we all have. Yeah, I think we all have.
Just like you guys have. I've been right there with you. That's what I'm saying. We gotta put the brakes on sometimes. We can't come out and say, "Oh, look, they're hiding something. They didn't give her what she wanted. Why did they hide it?"
And you definitely don't have to sensationalize or clickbait, whatever you want to call it, in your titling for these, because regardless, we're still investigating or researching or looking into what we're looking into. You don't have to make it even bigger or better to have more people.
Exactly. It's a turnoff to me anymore. I'm just like, no, I already know what's fixing to happen here.
Yeah, I get it. Well, I hate to do this, but I do have some things I got to handle. I got an appointment this afternoon, this evening. So I appreciate everybody's effort today, coming in here, putting out what you put out, talk about what you talk about. That is what this is all about. That's why I have these days where we can have the open panel, open discussion for all of you to jump up here. Thank you, Annie, so very much for jumping up here with us. And all of you, Green Eyes, Salty, all of you, CJ. CJ took off. I didn't even get to say anything to him. But all of you guys that have been up here, I appreciate that. That's why I set this up like this. You guys have the range to be able to voice your opinions, state your thoughts, your opinions, your theories, and your feelings on this without somebody attacking you or telling you you're wrong, or things like that. So
no, I think that today was a very learning panel. It was learning.
Yes.
I think the doctor was great. I think Salty was great, and I can't remember the girl that just left, the woman that just left. I think and Sarge and CJ, and hearing from Daniel. I think we're all at a agreement. I think we all are. I think we just don't know, and I think the more that comes out, I think we could talk about that. I think we want to know so much. I really do. I think everybody just wants to know now because we don't have no patience.
I agree. Well, we've all been knees deep in this for a month, and we all want to know what the truth is. It's about truth.
Well, I think it's because it's just the saddest thing. All these 4 victims lost their life, and they're so young.
Yes.
They were about to start their lives, and then this happened. And I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's Brian. I don't care if Brian had help. I don't care if it isn't Brian. Whoever did this, don't need to breathe any more air.
That's
because this was just horrific.
It is, and it is probably one of the most horrific things I've ever seen or heard of. So again,
but thank you, Dago.
Absolutely. Green Eyes, Salty, CJ, Sarge. Again, if you didn't hear it, Draw, Latina. I especially appreciate everybody that had input in this. Anybody in the chat that said anything during this that I've posted, all you guys are amazing. I appreciate every part of this that you guys put into this. Okay. It really makes this experience a lot more than what it could be, and it makes it important for all of us. So thank you. I think it was a great stream today again. As it always is when you guys are in here. We had almost 800 people in here, guys. That is amazing to me. That many people are wanting to listen and be involved in this tells me a lot. So thank you all for who you are, for what you do. Again, all of you that were on panel, thank you very much. Mama Bear, thanks for helping me out and joining me today. As always, we appreciate you. Guys, I hope you have a great rest of your day. Like I said, tomorrow I'm going to be doing something different, and I'll let you guys know if it's going to be out here, if it's going to be in the Discord for the members. If not, we can get people into the Discord that way to do it, to celebrate the 5,000 subscribers, just to have a little bit of fun and back away from this a little bit. We all will be there doing that, that's for sure, and it should be a good time. I'm looking forward to doing that with you guys.
Dago, congratulations on that, and thanks for having us up. It was a great show.
Absolutely, Salty. Thank you for being up here, and I appreciate that so very much. You guys are amazing, guys. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here. Again, like I said, this is your channel. All I do is sit up here and blab. You guys do everything for this channel, and I appreciate that so very, very much. And I love each and every one of you guys that supports this channel the way you do. So I'm definitely looking forward to tomorrow. And if you are not in Discord and you would like to be in Discord, Miss Brandy, let me take this down real quick. Brandy, put your message in, hun, real quick. That way anybody, there it is right there. Miss Brandy will set you up with the email. If you email her, it's pinned real quick for the end of the stream here. And I do definitely would love to see you guys in there. If I don't see you guys, whatever, for those of you that I don't see, I hope you have the absolute best 4th of July, safest 4th of July, and most happiest 4th of July that you guys can absolutely have. Okay. For those of you that I will see tomorrow, I'm looking forward to this. It will be tomorrow, the Richard. That's when we're doing this tomorrow. So it should be a good time, guys. I haven't decided how I'm doing it for sure. We'll see what happens with this Discord thing. If not, maybe I'll do half and half. Maybe I'll do half of it and then the other half. So either way, it's going to be a good time. I'm looking forward to it. We're doing it for the 4th and to celebrate the 5,000 subscribers, which you have no idea how much I appreciate. Other than that, guys, don't forget to love yourselves, to love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves, because you are the most beautiful people out there. I appreciate you all so very much. Have a great rest of your day, folks, and I will see you on the other side. Bye-bye.